Noise. Hi guys! Hi Limacy! Hello Arbre! The only crossbows and magic wands allowed here. Wait. Fool, you can't take what's mine? Wait, what is happening? Wait, I need to scroll up. Hi Grigsley! Hello Arbre! How are you doing? I hope you're well. Let me see if I need to turn down the music a little bit. It's too much. Too much. It's too many slices. Okay. Hello. How is everyone? Hello, Gerardo. Hello, Broski. Welcome in. Drinking some of the best darn coffee? Wait, what are you drinking? Are you sharing? What the hell? You have coffees? Hello, Tonid. Hello, Apache. How you doing? I hope you're well. Hello, Donut. Hello, Reynos. The best coffee? Okay, but what is the best coffee? Like, are you drinking Colombian? Are you drinking, like... Was it French press? Was it drip? Is it just normal coffee brew? What are you drinking? Let me know. Gregsley, don't gatekeep. And you can gatekeep if you want, but don't... don't gatekeep the coffee. Turkish? Hello, Tanklo. Hello, Chris. That'd be me. That'd be me right now. I'm Greg's like, I had the best coffee ever. The best coffee. Which one? Which one? Night. Also, congrats on your raise. Oh my god. That's awesome. I stopped at my second coffee this morning. It's too darn hot. I'm drinking water with ice. Ooh. Second coffee for the day? French press, Starbucks Reserve Knob, Creek Bourbon Barrel Aged. Ooh, okay. I know French press, like, makes the quality of the coffee, like, to me a little better, a little crisper, you know? He's new here, so I told him that he's not allowed to have swords. Oh, okay. Wow, 49 cents? They raised a whole 49 cents? And they had to have a special meeting with you about it? They couldn't just send an email? I did get coffee. Let me see! Thank you, that's not the Lady Darkness and OMG It's Bees. How you doing? So I think I woke up with either like a sinus headache or really bad caffeine withdrawals. So my head was just like pounding, but I don't think I slept well. I don't know why. I kept waking up. Did you guys see the trailer for the new Captain America? No. There's a new one? What? Got an iced coffee from McDonald's? Let's go. Like, the meeting of my manager took 5 minutes. Yeah. Like, they have to be all official. Like, bruh. Just send an email. It's not that serious. It was never that serious. Eminem's new album just came out. I'm done with Marvel. I'm bored of it. You never know. Look at this Captain America trailer. See what's going on. Yeah, new Cap. We can take a look. We're brain rotting today. So we're literally just watching videos. We're just chilling. We're vibing. This was supposed to be tomorrow morning. However, I told you guys yesterday that I had booked a short film that I was nervous about because of like my hair matching their color or whatever, which I do actually have to dye my hair for that. So my hair color is changing. Not really different. It's just not gonna be like this brown, light brown anymore. I have to dye it darker. But I have a table read for that tomorrow. So, and it's like midday. So I was like, okay, well, I can either do it morning or night, but then I had other plans for tomorrow night. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'll just move it to today. Sion, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you, Night. Thank you. Yeah, it's just gonna be darker, like darker brown. Not too different. I think it's like a color I've had before. My hair is just like, for some reason, like in the light, it's been getting like copperish. Like right now in the, like, I don't know, in the shade. I wonder if I put a flashlight on it, if it will like show up. Yeah, if you see like the light on it, especially in the sun, it just gets copperish, not like brownish. It's like a different tone. And that matters for what I'm doing. Chelsea's hair is rusting away. Dude, it is. So I bought, for my graduation, I wanted to dye my hair darker. So I got this hair dye. It's supposed to be a very cool tone, like cool dark brown. And it made my hair go warmer and like more reddish, like copperish. And me and Amber were sitting there like, why did it do that? Why? Like all of my hair up here, like I would say up to like maybe here. Maybe some of this is like not virgin hair, meaning it's been dyed before. But up here where it's growing out on the roots is. So it should have like definitely taken up to the roots, but it didn't. It stayed like copperish. Still looking though because I'm awkward, but also because it's work. Oh my god, please enjoy work. Mino, don't get in trouble. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you when you're here and when you hang out with us. So always appreciate it. Hi Chris, how you doing? How was work? Yeah, we're just vibing today. I mean, we can always play games too if we want, but I think having a nice YouTube day is good. I don't know if you guys like it. Oh my god, Richard, I'm so sorry. You feeling okay? You gotta do some back stretches. That was me this morning. I had a hard time also getting up because my body was so sore. I took 2 dance classes last night, and one was like jumps, like turns and jumps. And I have not done like, because when you do turns and jumps, you do like some cardio and stuff. And I have not done like a turns jumps jazz class in so long. And my body was just not ready for it. It was like, I still had my jumps and my kicks, which I was so happy about. And I had a bit of my turns. I've lost a little bit of my like turning ability, but my jumps and my kicks were still there. But my body feels like it was hit by a truck because it is so sore. Because I have not worked out like those type of muscles in a while. I've just been taking like hip hop classes, not jazz. And so doing like any type of sport like that where you're hyper like flexing, it's like, oh my god, my hips hurt, my back hurts. And we're doing like a lot of, when we just started our choreo and we were going up and down to the floor and jumps, and I was like, I'm getting old, I'm feeling it. And like my body was just not ready. So I was gonna go up and go to the gym today, but I was like, I can't. Everything hurts. Gonna have Tina Turner legs before long. I was really happy. My split, my jump, my leap was so good. My leap was good. And I was like, yes, I still have it. I still have it. I just need to keep building it up, practicing. It's usually just what it is once I get back into it, because I haven't like worked out those like specific parts of like my muscles in a while. So it's always gonna feel a little uncomfortable at first, I guess. Yeah, I gotta get used to it again. Definitely gotta get used to it. The muscles? Yeah, because it's workout now. Just gonna become like low-key bodybuilder for no reason. My nephew just texted me. He said, can you suggest that thing the Garden of Banban 8 trailer 2 is out? And he called me 3 times. I'm like, I'll call you after stream. My nephew called me after Monday's stream, right? My nephew calls me Tuesday morning. It was so cute. He calls me Tuesday morning and he's like, Chelsea, last night, that was a good stream. That was the best stream you've ever done. And I was like, what? Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. He's like, you need to be doing more streams like that because that was good. And I was like, okay. Is he my manager now? He said do more streams like that. So he thinks the other times are not good. He's a really big fan of my GTA videos I put on YouTube, the ones I never finished uploading. He like always calls me to tell me that he watched my YouTube GTA videos. It's good to take advice. Hi, Kiki Muffin! I haven't been on Twitch in like 2 years, but I saw you graduate. I want to say congratulations. I remember you streaming and I'm practicing your Spanish. I'll be taking a drink tonight in your honor. Let's go, Kiki Muffin. How have you been? I'm still practicing Spanish. I feel like I'll always be practicing Spanish and probably still never be great at it. But it's good to have you here, Kiki Muffin. I hope you've been well. Thank you so much. It's hard to think of your streams as performance, but they are. Yeah, exactly. He's like, that was the best stream you've ever done. I was like, thank you. Thank you. But he just called me like 3 times. He really wants me to play Garnet Bam Bam. I don't know what it is. I wonder what unhinged Chelsea and G is like in GTA. You should watch my videos. I'm super unhinged. I get so unhinged. I follow all the traffic laws. Those videos half the time are me just like pulling up to the stoplight and waiting. That's usually what that is. Yeah, he's like Garden Ban Ban Trailer 8. And I was like, what is Garden Ban Ban? What is that? What are you talking about? I don't understand. What is Garden Ban Ban? I don't know. He's just so obsessed with it. I was gonna say you did stop at red lights. I did. Yeah. Followed all the traffic laws. That's how you're supposed to do. Why am I gonna fight the strippers? They're just trying to make their bag. I'm gonna join them. What? Until chat tells you it's time to mission? Yeah, then when it was time, that's when it mattered. I didn't know it was time. How am I supposed to do a time mission when I gotta stop at the red lights? And there's people walking in the streets. Considering how violent you get in some games, I'm surprised you don't 5-star runs. It's like one game I don't get violent in. It's a guy trying to beat Scott Cathon's record for most releases in a year. So the games are probably not great. Why are they bad influences in GTA? How? Why? They're just getting their bag. They ain't bothering anybody. Can't wait for you to follow the rules in GTA 6. Dude, I'm gonna be like 50 when GTA 6 comes out. Yo, Cold Alpha, how you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're well. It's good to see you. You're not wrong. They really are just people to play and laugh at. They want your money. Well, yeah, they're providing a service. And you're like, they're objectifying them, looking at their bodies. They should get that bag. They should get that bag, okay? They're entertaining. They're entertainers. Like, you gotta give them their bag. They're just doing their work, okay? No! I don't hit women. What? Why would I hit them? Why are you suggesting that? I'm concerned. I'm really concerned now. I don't trust y'all. New Captain America trailer? This feels weird though. Why would they not release that at Comic-Con? It's a teaser? Oh, it's a teaser. Let's go over here. Let's take a look. Take a look at that. This is GTA. What do you expect? GTA is just life. Okay? It's grand. Terrific auto, you know? They tease it before at McDonald's. Because Disney's bigger than Comic-Con. Oh wait, you guys can't see. Why not? That's why. There we go.
Wilson. Thanks for coming in.
Well, thank you for the invite, sir. I have to admit, I'm still getting used to it.
Hi, Courage. How you doing? It's good to see you.
Lose the election. You and I haven't always agreed in the past.
Harrison Ford. Let's go.
I want to make another run at making Captain America an official military position.
I love Falcon.
And if we disagree on how to manage a situation, then what happens?
Is that Gus from Breaking Bad?
With me, Sam. We'll show the world a better way forward.
Harrison Ford as a villain? Possibly? I like the trailer feel. I like how gritty it's feeling so far.
Either you can't see that, or you don't want to. What if it's a trap?
Global power is shifting. You're just a pawn.
Yeah, the shield. Let's go. It is Gus. I forget the actor's name.
America, but you're not Steve Rogers.
Damn. Okay, he's Falcon. What about it?
You're right. I'm not.
Yeah, he's Sam Wilson, all right? All right, but he brings his own to the game. Put some respect on the name. Let's go. Yeah. That looks pretty good. It looks a little grittier than some of the other Marvel stuff that's been coming out, especially from Captain America stuff. Seems just more cool action. I guess like political army action. Hulk variant? What? What in the Kool-Aid Man was that? No, go back. I don't want to listen to lo-fi. I want to see the Hulk. Red Hulk? That's so silly. What is that? What's the difference? Is he just cherry flavored? I don't know much about these comics. Bro, just strawberry flavored Hulk. What the heck? That's the general? Basically the Hulk opposite. What's the opposite of Hulk? The opposite of Hulk is not Hulk. What? What the heck? And look at the cherry blossoms. Where are they? Are those cherry blossom trees? Are they like... Where are they? He's intelligent? She's saying Hulk isn't intelligent. Hulk Mad, Hulk Smash is pretty intelligent. If you ask me. Washington? He's got big feet. Damn. I really like Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's one of the few good Marvel stories post Phase 3. Hi, Crunchwrap. How you doing? I really like Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I like Falcon as a character a lot. I like Sam Wilson. I'm forgetting the actor's name, but he does an excellent job. I think he's really good. And I'm really excited to see him step into the role of Captain America. And I do like that they already acknowledge, like, oh, you're not Steve Rogers. Like, yeah, he's not. He's going to be Sam Wilson being Captain America, which I think is perfect. Like, we don't need another Steve Rogers. We have Steve Rogers. We need someone else who's going to fill those shoes. And I like him a lot. Some time ago, Japan sent over a couple cherry trees to Washington. Wow. So now we have some. That's awesome. Hi, Jillian. You are like a cherry blossom. You are about to bloom. You look so pretty, but you're gone so soon. Most of the time he isn't. It's just raw emotion from Banner. So he's just Hulk, but journals. And is one, he's empathetic. And he's cherry flavored. Okay. Hi, Julian. Hulk is anger, basically. And is there other variations? Is there, like, Pink Hulk? Like, Girly Pop Hulk? He basically the Hulk, but he has an edge because he gets hotter the more angry he gets, which makes him hard to fight. There's Gray Hulk. Is there Orange Hulk and he's like a pumpkin? And he like spooky? There's She-Hulk. We got a show about that. I haven't seen that show though. Julian, it's so good to see you. After a while. How does General Ross become Red Hulk? Red Hulk powers enemies history. Marvel after Hulk returned to Earth and waged war on Illuminati. That's when Ross's obsession gave way to this new nightmare. Using radiation siphoned from Hulk, Leader and MODOK transferred Ross into the Red Hulk. MODOK? Not MODOK. Yeah, Sky, we're checking out the new Captain America trailer. I love that shield. It's so good. It's so good. I'm very excited. Oh man, what's his name? Gus from The Walking Dead. From Breaking Bad. What's his name? Oh, he's so good. He's so good in everything. What's his name? Him. Star Wars. Bro, and he's funny too. Anything he does comedy. This man, Miguel Esposito, like one of the top actors of our generation. Giancarlo? Wait, is it Giancarlo or Miguel? Or is it both? Is he in The Boys too? Bro, anything he does, any role he does, literally kills it. Why is he badass in everything? Because he's so good. Giancarlo. Like, when he's older, like, and we're looking back on, like, I don't know, people's roles and stuff, I hope he just, like, wins an award for, like, literally being so phenomenal in every role he's in. Every single role. And he has done so many different versatile roles. So good. So good. And he is a damn good villain, too. He's a really, really good villain. But, I forget what I was watching. I was watching this movie the other day. It was an older movie. And it was a comedy. And it was good. He started acting at 10. I would pick him to be, like, Father in Kids Next Door live action film. Oh, man. Yes. We're like Spy Kids if we redid that. He recently was CEO of Vought and The Boys. That's right. That's right. And he's so badass. He can shut Homelander down. Yeah. Dude. The trailer makes it look like he might be the Red Hulk in this adaptation. Him? Well, I thought Harrison Ford was Red Hulk. I thought it was confirmed it was Ross. Seems like the bad guy. What is on his? I wish I could see what that ring is. Because it looks like some affiliation. If we watch it a little in slow motion. Does anybody recognize that ring from anything? Or is it just a random ring? But I feel like it's usually not. I feel like if it's that placed in front of the camera, it means something. Like, is it like a skeleton? Yeah, you can barely see it. Looks like a Jolly Roger ring. But in case they would have probably cut him off when the actor died. Ross is always the Red Hulk? Oh, okay. Ross in the comics, but like they changed things? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that ring is important to who he is. And unless you guys know who he is. I feel like if you're a comic fan and you've read the comics, you probably know. I'm a casual. Very much casual. Just like, I enjoy the movies person. So, I don't know. I do know some lore. I've read some of the books. Like, I've read some of the comics. Like, I've, like some of the MODOK stuff. And those stories. Like, I've read a lot of those. I would read a lot of comics to, like, my clients and stuff. And we would read Captain America all the time. So, I know a little bit. Like, Hydra, MODOK, but not a lot. Not too much. I'm not really, like, super big on it. But I enjoy it. Like, that's so cool. How are they so quick with that? Like, when they do, like, the gun stuff, I would be like, hold on. You know, like, there's no way. I read a lot of the comics, so I have a lot of information. Okay, sick. I just read a lot about it. It takes practice. I don't know, man. I've been streaming for 6 years and still hit the wrong buttons. Ooh, destruction. That's pretty good CG.
You're right. I'm not.
Damn, so powerful. He's such a powerful actor. I love it. Okay, I'm excited. This makes me excited. I've been waiting to see this takeover and see how they give over the reins. So, I'm very excited to see what they do. I'm excited to see Sam Wilson kill it as Captain America. I'm hoping we get him and Bucky back because I really like the Falcon and Winter Soldier show on Disney Plus, and I really like their chemistry working together. I think they were a lot of fun. Anthony Hopkins, thank you so much, Yanami. Anthony Hopkins, yes. So I would love to see Anthony and Sebastian Stan sharing the screen again. This will likely lead to the Thunderbolt show. It's a good thing that Marvel took a break on the back-to-back things, yeah. To do it right and make sure it looks good, because I feel like with a big crossover like this, when you're handing off the reins to a beloved character, I can already kind of see that there might be some backlash and that people aren't going to be happy. Like, obviously, if it's like what happens in the comics and like fans already know, but I do feel like, oh, it's not a shame. Like, you know, but I'm really excited and I hope it's done right, because one, Falcon as a character deserves it, and Anthony Hopkins for his wonderful work he's put into this character also deserves it, you know? I recognize those wings anywhere. We love Falcon. Hi, Putty, how you doing? I hope you're well. I have to check it out today. I love the original Ross. They just lucky they picked Harrison Ford, so they can't be completely mad about it. Hopkins, Jackie, Anthony Mackie. Oh my gosh. Why are you guys giving me wrong names? I feel so betrayed. I can't trust anything. First, it was Gian, and now Anthony. Wait, isn't it Anthony Hopkins? What's it called? The guy from Silence of the Lambs? It's their fault they pick weird stage names. Anthony Mackie. I was saying Hopkins and no one corrected me. Yeah, he's Hannibal Lecter. Fudge. I would have just believed it. I don't know. I knew his name was Anthony. Like, I didn't know his last name. Oh well. It's actually Bob Ross.
Congratulations. You played yourself.
Toned, I know. All credibility lost. Okay. Let's go to Wordle. Captain America Brave New World has story standing with the series Falcon and Winter Soldier. I did watch that series. We watched that. I believe we watched it for movie night. And it was really good. Anthony Hopkins wasn't Thor. I don't remember that. Who was he in Thor? Are you enjoying the lack of school and stress? Buddy, it is nice. But I think I liked having that, like, okay, I'm doing something. So being, like, kind of dormant and, like, okay, I don't know exactly what I'm doing. Everything that I do is up to me to do it is a little stressful, but I'm trying to figure it out. Disney's very worried about the new Captain America movie with the $400 million price tag and the test audience disaster. 400 million? Wait, what happened with the test audience? Yeah, crunch. I like the structure of it. 400 million? Can't see Anthony Mackie in Twisted Metal Season 2. They did such a good job in the first season. Even I know that the guy that... Okay, but y'all let me say Anthony Hopkins for like 10 minutes. Bruv. I don't know, Mads Mikkelsen gives him a run. Test audiences didn't like it. I feel like... I don't know. I feel like this is a very hard thing to convince people on because Captain America became such a beloved character. And people are just so over Marvel at this point. You know? Yeah, I wouldn't really trust test audiences. Because you have to look at the people who are test audiences. These are people who go to the movies a lot and sign up for these things. Like, you're signing up to be a test audience. And it really depends on that outlook of how the movie's gonna go. I think overall Marvel fans will probably enjoy it. Yeah, test audience and critics. It's their job, yeah. I don't trust what critics say, to be honest. Yeah, Putty, it's like just a lot coming out at once. And so production value tends to go down because they rush everything so much. Blockbuster films don't cost 400 million unless they're Avatar. That news source sounds fake. Let's try looking at Google. Hi, Lucian. How you doing? Captain America Brave New World. Wow, 350 to 375 million. The film reportedly spent a budget of 350 to 375 million. The inflated budget comes after the extensive reshoots that were ordered after the film received terrible scores during test screening. Wow. Compared to, so like, let's see, Winter Soldier, which is regarded as the best Captain America movie, and that was only 170 million to make. This new one, 350 to 375 million. That is huge difference. Me and my friends had a joke about what it would be if someone asked Mads Mikkelsen to do the thing Anthony Hopkins did in Silence of the Lambs. I think he would kill it. Did you see the show Hannibal? Oh, sorry. I was thinking of Civil War. No, Winter Soldier. Yeah, no, I'm thinking Winter Soldier. Not Civil War. Yeah. At least most of the people I talk to like Winter Soldier. People like Civil War more. I didn't really like Civil War that much. I'm reading the Hannibal books now. Did you guys watch the show? Hi Dagma, how you doing? I hope you're well. You also have to remember that there were characters in Winter Soldier that hadn't been MCU for long, so their costs were probably a lot lower. Like imagine Mackey's getting a lot more for this movie than he did in Winter Soldier. Was he in Winter Soldier or did he come in Civil War? I love the Hannibal show. Hannibal is so good, dude. It was a really good show. I wish they kept it. It reminded me a lot of like the Red Dragon book. The original Ross was in Civil War. I always thought Civil War was an Avengers movie instead of Captain America movie. I know. It's an alternative universe. Anthony Mackie played Hannibal. Oh yeah, Winter Soldier. Okay. It's a scene where Steve Rogers kept running past him on the left. On your left. On your left. How you doing? How's your day going? There's another sausage party? Brother. Oh God. Cannot believe that. Yeah, there is. I just saw it. It's on Prime. Foodtopia. Hi, Tonid. I love Mads Mikkelsen. He's so good. Guys, okay. Imagine Mads Mikkelsen and, oh my gosh, what's his name? Giancarlos? They've been in a movie together, right? I think they did Star Wars. But imagine them like, I want to see them team up. Like a movie that stars them. That would be an insane movie. There's no Ross passed away, not Sam Elliott. No one asked for Sausage Party in the first place. Let's go side. You haven't seen the first one? My mom took me and my friend to see Sausage Party. I don't think she knew it was gonna be as like R-rated as it was. And it was so awkward. It was so awkward. I forget how old we were. Like 14, 15 maybe? And yeah, it's not a movie you see with like your parents. You're just in there like... Another Sausage Party movie? That's a cocktail at this point. Should I add it before the tail? I haven't seen Sausage Party and no interest to ever see it. That's not a movie. You want to be watching with your mom? Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I would see a lot of movies like that when I was younger anyway, so... I don't know what was worse. Seeing sausage party when you're young with your parents? Or being taken to see sex tape with your friend and both of your parents? Like, it's just like you sit there all the time, like, I feel weird. I don't like watching this. I don't. Please, why did we come see this? People don't pay attention with animated movies. The R rating should have included in. Yeah. I can imagine the parents who took their kids to see Sausage Party to think it was a kids movie. I don't think we thought it was a kids movie. Would you spend 20 years in jail cell or wait, would I spend 20 years in a jail cell for $60 million? No, Carl, I would not. I don't think that amount of money is worth the amount of life that I lose. Because 20 years for me now, I'll be 46. Like, I pretty much lose out on all my youth. And I'd rather have my time and freedom rather than that much money when I get out. The other is sex tape. It's obvious. Which one is more embarrassing? Selling honey buns on top ramen. I am old. I'm turning 27. When you stop thinking animation is just for kids, they forget sometimes animation is very nightmarish. I don't think they thought it was for kids. I think like it was just like more awkward than it needed to be, you know? Well, no, but like you're not like old, but you do lose out on like a lot of your youth, like your 30s, a lot of like building time. Life would feel normal in the jail cell after a while. Well, yeah, you would acclimate. Humans are very good at adapting. We're very good at adapting to our situations and trying to make the best out of it, but that doesn't mean I want that. I don't want that life. It's not a great place. It's not just comfy, you know, you go to your cell and stuff, like something like, I don't think you come out the same, for sure. The system is not very nice. Imagine once my mom decided to watch There's Something About Mary with my grandparents, and Mary gets, you know what, in her hair. My mom decided to ask my grandparents what that generally was. Oh no, Dagma. You know what, I watched There's Something About Mary really young. I think I was like, I remember being like between the ages of 8 or 10. And we would watch that movie all the time. So like I was used to watching like stuff I probably should have been watching. I'd watch South Park a lot as a kid. Futurama. Would you then take $60 million if you had to spend the last 20 years of your life in jail? Do I get the $60 million now? Like, do I get the $60 million now? Then yeah. If it's the last 20 years of my life, maybe yeah, because then I could live up my life now. But that's still a lot of years. That's still a lot. That's debatable. It's basically the plot of Looper. What's considered a long time in jail? Anything over a year. The last 20 years is 2 days away. No. What if you got the money and then was immediately in jail to cover the 20 years? No. I don't want to spend any time in jail. I don't want to go to jail. I don't, but I guess that wouldn't be jail, that'd be prison, wouldn't it? 'Cause I don't think you can go to jail. What is the main difference? Danny, you gassing me up. You gassing me up. That's too sweet. I'm actually trying to not wear concealer, so you can see like the textures on my face. But I feel like my skin is getting better because I'm not as stressed. So I think that's what it is. I'm not as stressed, but I'm trying to not wear as much like makeup to help my skin because it's been like really gross and really been like dependent on concealer. I'm tired of it. I don't want to do that anymore. So I'm trying to just like put eyeliner or mascara on, and then I just don't put anything on my face. So I appreciate that, because well, right now it's like not that great over here, but we're working on it. So I'm trying not to wear makeup though, because the less like you wear on it and stuff, you know, the less it like clogs your pores. And I'm just tired of like having to feel like dependent. Like I can't go outside without it. You know, I can't go outside unless I have something on my skin. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, what's this? Jail food is gross? Yeah, it's probably very gross. It's probably very, very gross. Also, you get treated horribly. The conditions, the living conditions are just not great. You know? And I don't think, like, while that amount of money would be very life-changing, I think I'd rather, like, work hard. Are US jail cells nice? I don't know. I would assume not. I would assume any jail cell is not great. I've heard horrible stuff about the US jail system. Puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. Did someone tell you today? You're amazing, Chris. You said Danny. I was looking around for Danny plots and I realized you're talking about Dagma. Yeah. I know. I've changed. Sometimes I say Dagma, but now I just got used to saying Nanny. Yeah, they're very overcrowded. They're very just not kind. And I think, what's it called? They don't really work on rehabilitation. So that's another thing, is like there's not a lot of great systems put in place there for people to be able to handle life and feel capable of handling life once they come out, because that's how different it is. Life is so different there, you know? And they're not setting them up with the skills they need to make that transition. And so I feel like any amount of time you spend there is gonna like somewhat like be detrimental. I don't know. I was in jail once, but it's back when I was a delivery driver. Why, Carl? I love when you call me Danny, because you actually sound like an IRL friend. I like Danny. I don't even say Dagma correctly, so Danny's easier. Did you look up Walking Dead? They're in the woods meme? In the woods meme. Even on Good Behavior, it's not amazing. My friend works as a nurse in a prison, and it's not great. I thought about, I've always thought about becoming a therapist, or a counselor for people incarcerated, which everyone always tells me is probably not the greatest idea. That's hard, and I imagine it is hard. But I don't know, I've always felt like, for some weird reason, always felt like I would want to work with like that type of population. But I don't imagine it's good. Like, I don't imagine. It would mean no responsibility, but why do you not want responsibility? Like, what amount of responsibility is worth not having, like, your autonomy and freedom? That's something that a lot, like, makes you, like, it's a little bit dehumanizing. Like, you do have responsibility. They give you jobs. You have responsibility to stay on good behavior. Like, I don't know. I have people counting on me. I gotta work. Come be the next Harley Quinn. I wish American prisons were focused on rehabilitation like other countries have. I don't think you can stay in your cell all day. No. They make you go out and do stuff. You have to go out and you have yard time. You have to, they place you in jobs. Like, I don't think you can just stay in your cell unless you go to confinement. What's it called? Solitary confinement? I believe your ability to be a phenomenal therapist for incarcerated people. However, the people we'd be dealing with are a different issue. Yeah, well, yeah, that is the issue. I know some people who work in that system, and it's really difficult. And I've heard a lot of cases about it just not going well, or them becoming like really manipulative and stuff like that. And I've heard like a lot of like scary stories and stuff. In Denmark, you can take an education in prison or work. You can take... Oh, you could do education or work in there? For the profit, prison system is basically modern slavery. Yeah. Yeah. I wish American prisons focused more. I know. I wish they focused more on rehabilitation as well. Just read a book that a psychologist wrote. She talks about working on something like that. She does say it's not easy, and she was depressed while working there. Because it's so hard. You're working with a population of people who have, you know, either there is something going on with them cognitively, or just people that have been dealt bad cards in life and just have not made the best choices, and then are put in a system that is not really helping with it. So you're not dealing with like the easiest of people, you know? Not as long as most prisons are owned privately. The prison system makes money off the people there, so they want to keep you there. Like, you can do college if you want there. Or just school in general. Oh, like you can do actual college there. I think it would be cool to go like intern and stuff like that, but it's definitely not an easy job, not an easy feat to like one get through or like help them figure that out, you know? The rehabilitation center. Oh, that's cool. But they get a bad reputation. And there's a thing called the labeling effect too. And they deal with that a lot. Like, one, they're already in the system. So they're feeling like that big weight of that on them already. Like, they know what they've done for the most part. They know why they're there and they feel like it. So they're gonna own up to it a little more. Because that's what we do. Like, if someone our whole life, like even if it's joking, like, which is why it's like, you gotta balance it with like friends and stuff. Like, you start calling someone names too often, or, you know, you gotta make sure they're on the same wavelength, because if they're not, they start to take on that identity, and they start to see themselves as that identity. It's like what you see with like a bunch of kids, like in school, you're growing up, and people are like, they call you a nerd, they call you that, like, and it's like, okay, I'm a nerd. I have to live up to this expectations, and like, people start to take on, like, they just start to take on that identity, and they live up to it because they're gonna identity, especially if they're in there. They're like, oh, well, I'm already here, I'm gonna do bad things. People already think I'm a, you know, a thug, whatever they call me, so I'm gonna be that. Not easy feet. I shouldn't say not easy foot joke instead. My brain makes the best jokes. Call you dancing, let's go. There's also called intensive treatment. Yeah. There's different treatments. They need different things, but I feel like most of the times in there you would probably also need psychiatry. I thought about becoming a psychiatrist assistant in the past. You could do that with a BA. You don't have to actually become a psychiatrist. I think you just have to get a license to be a psychiatrist assistant. The amount of times people call me Superman at my old job, stuff got into my head. Yeah, showing you Superman, you can do everything. I'd be a good psychiatrist. I don't know. The working with drugs part scares me. So that's mainly like the difference is they work with medications, and they can, you know, prescribe you medications. He's a former inmate, was in prison for 12 years, a high security prison. He has a lot of stories. I have not. I hate most psychiatrists. They need someone like you, puke you. What's the sum of the polynomials? Oh God, Chris, please. Please don't do this to me, Chris. Chris, I thought we were friends. Hi, Nishiyu. What about the medical facility? I don't know about that, Carl. Some people should. Some people maybe you should. All right, Wordle. Sometimes my bad typing turns into horrible mistakes. Sometimes it's funny. So it is new, the hint. I was gonna do quota, but then I realized I used the A. Let's do plump. Whoa, what? Let's do joint. Guess we get the other vowels in there. I got the J? What? Jiggy? Get jiggy with it. Na 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 na. Get jiggy with it. No? What? Trick is that it's not even a polynomial. Jibby? Get jiggy with it. Hello, how's your outdoor time going? What's your favorite place to be outside been so far? Bravo. My outdoor time? What is my outdoor time? I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh, the person's here, but they get a chance. Can't believe you've done this. I know the way the ship. Like, why would you do this to me, Chris? Why would you put math in front of me on the day of my stream? No, it can't be. Like jazzy? I just want to use double words. Jidby? Disney? I don't know. Jivey? Jivvy? Jiffy! Oh my god. In a jiffy. There we go. So I just try every letter until I get it. I have a better question for you. What's the sum of cool and awesome? Chris Player. Sum of cool and awesome. I got it. I did not get this in a jiffy. If it wasn't jiffy, I would have lost it. Yeah. Dude. That was almost scary. I was like, J? What J words? Connections. Let's make a connection. Odd, soap, red, gym, piece, auditorium. Things that places at a school? Yeah, school facilities. Golden, silly bird, silly gray bird, red bird, black bird, pigeon, like types of birds. The peanut butter is called Jif. Hello, E-Rock. Jiffy cornbread. Ooh, cornbread is so good. Hi, Heartlets. I hope you're well. Commercial college with this guy that was an open prison, so he could go to college. I went to, so he came in every day like the rest of us. But that's because he was in an open prison. Ordinary prisons, they take the education in the prison. Whoa, interesting. Hello, Zarikari. So odd, golden. It's also a cleaning project. It used to be called Jif, but it was renamed to Kif? Sif? Odd child, silly child, golden child. Fuck. So like, I hit the wrong one. Chocolate piece pigeon soap. Associated with dove. Even. Odd mother. Mother gray. Mother goose, gray goose, silly goose, golden goose. Goose. Roulette bets. Oh, okay. Bic the pen was originally called, but originally changed because they're word Americans would pronounce it like a rude word. How are you supposed to pronounce that? Like bike? Beach? What do they want you to pronounce it like? They were right. Same way? Bic? Oh. Oh, absolutely. People would absolutely pronounce it like a rude word. Absolutely. I'm glad they thought that through. They knew. Yeah, that without question. Are you a pen? Cause you're being such a meme right now. That's how I imagine that going. Jiffy. Tires. Butter. Dinner. Sport. Jump. You rock. You were very kind. I appreciate you being here. I think Disney's gonna be a word. Oh, it is. Offer. Ticket. Join. Member. Club. Fest. Just join. Still whiles away. Together. Fudge. Oh my gosh, tone it. Ooh, okay. Join. Do comfort. What the heck? Join. Unit. Work. Place. Join. Forces. Department. I did together. Hi, Will. Hope you're well. Stitch. Sew. We did union. Still pretty far away. Got team. Hello, how you doing? I hope you're well, Blake. Imposter chair, my boss was like, what happened? What is happening? Blake, we talked about this. You gotta take care of yourself. No more getting hurt. Please, please take care of yourself. I hope you're doing okay. Hope you feel better soon. Association. I'm just gonna start saying random things. Nothing is helping. Yeah, I know. So we need to find something closer. Hello, Gray. But it's extra brain rot, Gray. It's a little extra today. Ooh, okay. Friend is closer. Friend. I guess that word. Comrade. What did I guess comrade? What? Colleague. Teacher? Boss? Memories? All alone in the moonlight. Nice. Nice. Kind. Offering. Gift. Thankful. Ooh, okay. Back. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ooh, okay. Appreciates closer. Yeah, why is it close to work? I guess work, teacher, something nice. Do we do gift? Nice guy, no. Okay, think is closer. Think. Raise. Think. Think. Welcome. Gesture. Ooh, congratulations, closer to. Celebrate? Thank. Honor? Damn, what's close to thank? Thank, welcome. Handshake? High five. Fist bump. We did grateful. Commemorate. Graduation. Oh my gosh, kudos! Damn, look at that, 73 in the red. 73 in the red. GG's, GG's. That one was difficult. That one was difficult. To be fair, it was like 200 away. It's like 200 away from kudos. But it's probably something you get, you know, at work. Like, you know, you do something good, you get kudos on a project. Thank you, Yanami. This looks familiar. Is this, Monsters, Inc.? Yeah. I love this movie. I love Boo. Alright, movie doll. Hi, Frankie from Florida. What's up? How are you? My last job did it, and my manager didn't like that I got a lot of kudos. Why? Why would they not like that you would get kudos? Ooh, this also looks familiar. This looks really familiar. Hold on, I need another second. Oh, Milk. I have not seen this, but I've seen clips and I want to see this movie. Whose real name is Mary Gibbs, which is also the name of the baby who provided her voice. Oh, that's cute. I like that. I like that they did it after her. That's very cute. Oh my gosh. Milk, it's good? Por favor. Diario.
El diario.
Diario. Diario. The IRL Mary Gibbs is older than me? Well, yeah, because that movie came out early 2000s? I get that, but what does it mean to have kudos? To say kudos in? To me, that is like saying thank you. To say thank you? Yeah, I would say kudos is like not really a way to say thank you or congratulations, but it's a way to say like good work. Like you deserve praise on this, you know? If that makes sense? Like, you get kudos. Man did not like me when we did a meeting. He skipped my kudos to tell me that kudos doesn't mean you're doing a good job. What does it mean? I feel like kudos is a like, hey, you've been working hard. Here's some like appreciation. I meant the way Gray said in words to have kudos as a physical thing. Like I feel like it's a go around and be like, what did everyone do? Like it is a way to say job well done. You know, like Dagmar, I'm gonna give you kudos on your artwork or on the song that you did. The work that you put into that song, I'm giving you kudos for that. Like, I feel like it is a good job, or it's at least an acknowledgement that I understand and I appreciate the work that has gone in. Kudos mean praise or recognition given to someone for their achievements. Can also refer to fame or renown when it comes to doing something well. So when I say job well done, or you went above and beyond, yeah, I think your boss was weird. There's a whole board on the kudos for a reason. Yeah, like the kudo board. No, it's not something that can be physically given unless you're like giving something physically for it. I think it's just like respect and admiration is what I would say. But like, you know, I want to give you and now you have my kudos. Unless it is a kudo board, then that is physical. Saying a place of work has them sounds like something they can five physically. That yeah, I could see that. It originally comes from the Greek word glory. It could be used as a singular noun, one kudo, or plural noun, many kudos. Some styles guides recommend only using a singular noun for both usage and common today. Here's some cinnamons. Acclaim, accolade, honor, glory, prestige. Hi, local fisherman. What if I break the rules and ship myself with you? Then you're gone. You're gone, local. There was a candy bar called Kudos that seemed to disappear. It was yanked out of the market. What if we give you like a star sticker with your Kudos, and we're physically giving you something? I'm put a little star sticker on your forehead. Boop. Right on your forehead, right there. On your forehead. You find beautiful Dagma in some instances. Words can be more than actions, especially if they're sincere. Hello, Frankie. Welcome in. Machines, like, it's not like a physical thing. Like, you're not giving, like, you can't just have Kudos to give. Like, it's not like a physical thing you hand out. Like, here's your Kudo. That's your Kudo. Can it be a good noodle star? Yes. Yes.
¿Qué es esa cosa?
¿Qué es esa cosa? How are you today? I spent through my work today, and I was even doing part of my work for the position I want to be promoted. Let's go with downgrade. I hope it went well. Well, so you have to, like, stay there until you're done. ¿Qué es esa cosa? What is that thing? ¿Qué es esa cosa? I just washed. I don't want something sticky on my forehead. No, take the sticker. If I had a Kudos candy bar, I could hand you a Kudos. That's true. If you had the candy bar, then it is a physical thing. My job had a system in place for giving Kudos to people who are doing a good job. This Kudos system, when you completed a task, they would send you Kudos to say you did well, and your managers would see it. Oh, so it was like a physical thing. I just came in. How's the brain rot? It's going great, Abdullah. Well, we're learning right now. We're learning some Spanish.
Yo solo hablo español.
I
Yo.
I only speak Spanish. Yo solo hablo español. Can't believe you do that to me, local fisherman. Can't believe you do that. You can't do that to me on stream.
Ella solo trabaja 2 horas hoy.
Ella solo trabaja 2 horas hoy. For what, please? You have to know the meme. You gotta know the meme. You gotta be in.
¿Tienes el diario de hoy?
Do you have today's paper? My old job once handed out cards to everyone as a way of saying good job, but they gave it to everyone, as I said, even the bad workers, so it felt really empty. I do remember, I don't think it's super common. I have heard of, like, places like that give certain things or rewards as a way. It's kind of like a point system, which is really interesting because, like, we use that with kids in behavioral, in ABA, in behavioral analysis. I forget the token system. Sorry, the token reward system. It's a very common, like, psychological way to teach and manage behavior. So it was interesting that they, like, put that in there, but it doesn't make sense why the manager would be like, it doesn't mean good job. Like, that, okay, that's literally why you're giving it, is to reward behavior. Like, they're literally using reinforcement on you by giving you the Kudos. So it's just another way to do a token reward system, I would say. But I haven't heard it being implemented in that. Should have a point system for chat here. Chelsea can rate us based on our chats and move us up and down the rank. Oh God, that's a horrible idea. It's a good idea. Not here though. Not here. I get done with most of my work while I was waiting for more of it to do. I started doing some of the work on the position I want. My boss saw, then nodded in approval. Once I get more of my regular work, I want back to that. It's awesome. I love it. Fight for last place. Yeah, exactly. Like, that just, I see immediately so many red flags come up in my brain with that. My dad did he brought up a cool idea he wanted me to do. He was like, and we talked about this before because my dad has, like, brought this idea up to me a lot. And he was like, you should do, like, an award show for your community, where like people get like awards for like, you know, most like puns in the chat, or like, you know, people have the most like channel points, like give awards away for that. But then we talked about it and we're like, yeah, that could become like really bad really quick with people getting upset and like, I don't know, just like mad if they didn't get anything, or, you know, all that. And I just don't want to deal with that. Good idea, but bad. It's a good idea, but it's a good idea, but I feel like unless everyone gets one, then it's like one of those things. And unless everyone's understanding of it. I can't be here because then no one else will get awards. That's true. Just all go to Gray. It's honestly, it's an award show, but what it is, it's literally just, it's just a Gray ceremony. It's just like a ceremony for Gray, so that's what it is. Yeah, like you could do most gifted subs, or, you know, stuff like that. What's SISD? Tienes el diario de hoy. Okay.
Tú siempre haces demasiado.
Tú siempre haces demasiados. You always do too much. I like how it's teaching me how to diss people. I don't know, Dagma. I just feel like it's gonna it's hard. It's like happened before. People just get upset, and it's like, oh man. I don't know. It would be cool to do something like that, and I agreed. It would be cool to do that, but I don't know. People get upset if I don't read their like every message, so I get nervous. I can vibe with that. Let's have a ceremony for Gray. Final farewell. Too much. Demasiado. Someone always gets a bit mad. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's you, but someone always does. If they do, it sounds like something they have to solve, not you, which usually is what it is. It's usually something people need to solve on their own and figure out what's going on with themselves and go to therapy, but it's usually projected onto me. It's like, oh my god. Felipe trabaja demasiado. Él siempre tiene que escribir mucho. Which maybe I now have a more mental space to deal with it. I think just like when my dad would bring it up to me, I was just dealing with like everything else. I was like, okay, I can't handle this right now. Anything the upside down question mark in Spanish to start the sentence should really not be you to avoid those projections. That's true, Dagma. That's true. Friday is the coolest day of the week, but you know what is more cool about Friday? Chelsea Wilson, our day with our stream, Chris. I'm gonna cry. Thank you for being here.
Ellos no toman
I know
el
it wasn't on the
autobuso.
schedule. I was supposed to stream tomorrow. I studied Spanish in school, and I had a funny Irish Spanish teacher. One time while he was searching up YouTube on the search bar, auto-corrected him. To you, what is that? Local fish. Does that mean something in Spanish? Ellos no toman. Talking. They are taking the bus today.
Yo hago mi tarea antes de la cena.
I didn't... Oh no. That's scary. I don't like that. Look at your reactions to Godzilla sleeping in the Coliseum. That's true, Aubrey. It's blasphemous. Yo hago mi tarea antes de la cena. I do my homework antes before dinner.
¿Cuándo haces tu tarea?
Antes de la cena, before dinner.
Hacemos la tarea después de las... Después.
After. Después. Hacemos la tarea después de la cena. We do homework after dinner.
Siempre estoy en casa después de las 5.
¿Siempre?
Siempre estoy en casa después de las 5. En casa. Siempre estoy en casa después de las 5. Siempre estoy en casa.
Casa.
Después
de las
5.
5.
5.
I'm home after 5 p.m.
Los diarios están sobre la mesa.
I just have one of my favorite people at work, and a woman has so much makeup. I cleaned her equipment. She turned, and now my hands smell like makeup. What do you mean smell like makeup? What kind of makeup is she using? Chelsea hace su tarea en el último minuto. Chelsea always does homework when? Último minuto. ¿Qué es último minuto? At the last minute. Oh, see? Makeup does smell. What? What makeup are they using? I don't feel like... But I do know what makeup has all of her stuff in her door. Weird. Okay, it's not bad spell, it's just different. Interesting. Like what kind of makeup, Gray? Like concealer or lipstick? Los diarios están sobre la mesa. The newspaper's on the table. Everything smells. Chelsea is Argentinian. I can say your Spanish is improving. Ah, gracias. Not Mauricio. Muy simpático.
Bruno, ¿a qué
Every
hora
water has a certain
tomas el
smell and taste.
desayuno?
Okay, taste, yes. Water? Like smell? Skin color on the face? That is concealer, Gray. That's concealer or foundation. If it's the color of your face. Concealer or foundation. For eyes, you have eyeliner, mascara, eyeshadow. Yeah, I guess there is some scented makeup. I have some eyeshadow that is scented. I nearly just now fell asleep, but everything else, like concealer and stuff, doesn't smell. I nearly now just fell asleep with cafeteria at work, waiting on the person I ride with. Oh no! I hope you get some rest when you get home. Downgrade. I will not remember this information. Bruno, no, you gotta remember it, Gray. Because when we're trying to rizz up someone, you gotta be like, wow, I really like your eyelashes. What mascara do you use? And they're like, oh, you know, mascara? Y'all ever smell whenever there's gonna be rain? Yes. Yeah. I do think there's a certain smell when it's gonna rain, though. I do agree with that. It smells and feels different when it's going to rain. Bruno, ¿a qué hora tomas el desayuno? ¿Dónde está el hospital? Antes de las 8. After 8 p.m. Or before 8. Before 8. Rizzing. Serial killer. I do smell everything. It's a problem. I know if you change the soap you're washing your clothes with. Now I'm nervous. Like, I have to shower 3 times when I meet you, Daddy. Oh my god. When it's about to rain, it smells like humidity. Yeah. Late. Tarde.
Tarde.
Thing. Cosa.
Cosa.
Montar. Gris.
Gris.
Papeleta.
¿Tú tomas un taxi o el autobús?
¿Tú tomas?
¿Tú tomas un taxi o el autobús?
Un taxi.
Taxi.
El o el
autobús.
El autobús. Taking a taxi or the bus.
Ellos no toman el autobús hoy. Ellos.
They are not taking the bus today. Slay. Look at us. Look at us go. Slowly but surely. My water in my place has such a nasty smell and no one but me can smell it. Oh. What, Gray? In your shower? Gray, can you change your shower head? I recommend getting one that has a filter. Then, it's a little unnerving. Buena suerte. Almost sound like a different word. Buena suerte. ¿Cómo estás? You just changed the shower head? Does it have a filter in it though? Yeah, because like we'll have hard water. And it filters your water, so I don't know how to explain. We'd have to go into it because I don't know too much. I just know hard water isn't the best for your skin. It can sometimes have a smell. So you get shower heads with filters in them. Yeah. Let me look it up exactly. Oops. You can get filters for your faucet too. What brain rot, not learning day. What is this, Tuesday? What does shower... We'll stop learning in a second. Okay, it says... Shower filters are water filtration systems that remove harmful chemicals and impurities from shower water. They also improve the taste of water. Shower filters work similar to drinking water filters. Passing tap water through various treatment stages before it exits the shower head. Here, the water always clogs everything because of the minerals in it. Yeah, Dagma. So the filter will help stop that. It'll stop like the clogging and stuff because it just filters all that impurities out. It contributes to maintaining healthier hair and reducing the risk of damage. It helps your hair and stuff too. A prank that you could do is put Kool-Aid and power inside the shower head. Then when the next person takes a shower, oh my god, the watercolor is different for a few minutes. Bro, they're gonna be pissed off. I feel like if I did that, Amber would punch me in the face. Bye, Night. Good luck with your meeting. My hair is so much better with it. It was so bled before. Yeah, my hair's been a lot better with it too. It's not as frizzy. I like the filter a lot, and it's helping the drain not get too clogged. The filter would not work here. It would be full of minerals in a month. I mean, you have to change out the filter, but yeah, 2,000 coffee beans. I don't know which filter we have. The water here, tap water at least, will make you sick if you drink too much. Yeah, you could get filters for your kitchen, like kitchen faucet too. You found a good hair mask, really? Send me the deets. Send me the deets. Okay, well, brain rot. Let me just use the restroom real quick, and we'll be right back for the brain rot hour. The brain rot time. Okay, we back. Music is giving me Earthbound vibes. Local freshman. I was a psychology major. I've done every personality test ever, I feel like. My faucet is weird and I had to buy a new one under the sink. Oh. Ew, that's not good. I'm staying inside. It's too humid outside. Oh my god, Richard. Yeah, it is really like humid and gloomy, right? I sent the pic of the hair mask. I had so many compliments about my hair lately and it's all because of the mask. Ooh, dude, I need to drink the bone broth too. I gotta get on that bone broth stuff. Bone broth and the hair mask. Yes, absolutely. Also done with Don't Be Mad. I am dyeing my hair again, but I have to for a job. So, yes, I have done the big 5. Humid and gloomy perfection. Have you been? I've been alright, Sonic. It's good to see you. Make your own very fresh bone broth. What color? It's just gonna be a type of brown again, but it's gonna be darker. So I know my hair's been like cooler and doing Chelsea. I do need it. I do need the tips. Are you kidding me? I do need the tips. I'm growing out my hair again. It was fine when it's short, but I want it long again. So I went through my little phase, my mental breakdown, cut it. No, I don't know what my results would be. I just know it's kind of, let's see if I have them. I know it's like mid in conscientiousness. Mid in extroversion. Where is it? Let's see if I have an email. It's like mid in extroversion. Like a little on the like lower end of conscientiousness, high end of openness to experience, high end of agreeableness, and then low in neuroticism. So like that would be my only low one. Mid is extroversion and conscientiousness, and then agreeableness and open to experience are like very high. Next mental breakdown, because you fell off. Hi Gerardo, very short, shoulder short. Well, I did cut my hair like here. It was there, like last year, like right up here, and it's grown this length. But I want it to be longer again, because I had it really long. So I want it to be long. And then what are those that you said, highs and lows? Low in neuroticism. Kind of mid in extroversion. A little mid, maybe a little lower in conscientiousness. And then high in openness to experience and high in agreeableness. What are those? Sorry. So openness to experience is how willing you are to try new things. How willing you are to listen to other experiences and other ideas that aren't yours. So like being just open to other ideas and opinions than what you agree with. Agreeableness would be, I mean, exactly like what it sounds like. Here's some questions, if this makes sense. Let me click on this so I can see it. Show me this. Oh my god. Like I'm compassionate, empathetic towards others. I'm cooperative and work well with others. I'm considerate and care about others people's feelings. So that's agreeableness. Like agreeableness also being like open to others' feelings. Openness to experience, like I'm open to new experiences. I'm imaginative and have a rich inner life. I'm adventurous and seek new experiences. Knowing that tests, those results do describe you. Thank you, Sonic. What's a summer weenie? It's a summer weenie. Are we cooking? What's up, Quirky? How you doing? I hope you're well. A weenie wearing a Hawaiian shirt? Yeah. It's like a summery, spooky dog. It's like Halloween. It's basically just a fun way to say Halloween. Halloweeny. Extroversion is obviously like being outgoing. You're sociable, make friends easily. Like, you feel more recharged when you hang out with people. Neuroticism is like you're easily stressed and worry about things. You're upset or prone to mood swings. kind of more just like imbalanced in terms of like being able to handle your emotions. So like I do get stressed and anxious, but like I'm pretty good at handling those emotions. Like I don't project it onto things. That's when you would be like higher neuroticism, because again, personality is what other people, the way you behave and make decisions. So you have to remember that about personality. Like it's gonna be a little different than like actually having anxiety, actually having depression. Personality is mainly how you come across and the way you take actions on like on situations. So that's what when neuroticism, like, you know, your mood swings and stuff would like just be all over. You're like very stressed. You like jump like to ideas, conclusions. So that'd be like you're on the higher end. Lower end neuroticism is like maybe you're a little bit better at managing those types of things. And then conscientiousness. Conscientiousness are people who pay attention to like detail. So if you're super high in conscientiousness, you're probably way more organized. Conscientiousness can also be like caring about other people and other people's feelings and like how your actions affect others' actions. So I think that's where I get like to the midpoint in conscientiousness is I'm very like precise in like when it comes to like other people and like their thoughts and their feelings and how my actions affect other people. However, I am lower on the conscientious side of like organization and being able to organize my thoughts, organize my space. I'm not good at that. I'm just not super like conscientious when it comes to those type of things. But like I am conscientious about like keeping the kitchen clean, keeping like things clean for other people. I don't think ever answer tests how I act. I always answer on how I feel. That's one of the problems with like these tests or any personality test in general. That's always going to be a downside to these tests. Is that people could answer on what would make them sound good. You know, people might answer of like how they think they want to be instead of how they actually are. So that is one setback to these tests. Always a setback. Like any personality test, that's always a setback that has to be taken into consideration. I do think they are a good like predictor. 5 years ago I was low on neuroticism, now I'm high. I mean, that's like life. That's just, you know, at least doing this personality test kind of tell you what you need to work on or like if you want to work on them. Because I used to be high on neuroticism when I was younger. I used to be high on neuroticism, now I'm low on neuroticism. But that took me doing a lot of inner work. It's easy to game the test if you know the answers are calculated. Exactly. Chelsea speaks the truth. She has a bachelor degree in this field and explains it very well. Thank you, Sonic. Oh my god, thank you. Extroversion, your sensitivity to positive emotion, neuroticism, sensitivity to negative emotion. Yeah, like how you are with those emotions. It's easy, yeah, as I say, it's very easy to game the test. Very easy. But they are a great predictor. I do still think. Your fire alarm went off. Oh my god, are you okay? Okay, be safe. Oh my gosh. Hope everything's okay. They should ask what do you do when you're stressed? They just ask how much stress do you have? And with that, you are explaining both questions to not give the same answer. Yeah. I guess some do. Like when you're stressed, I'm more likely to relax or something. Sometimes they do. But there's a lot of, I'm not finding the right word for this. Setback isn't the right word. What do they call them? Contingency. Validity. Yeah. Like, that's always gonna be a downside to the validity of these tests, Dagma. And it could always be like how you're feeling at that time. They do find though, over time, your personality is usually steady. You can always change your personality, but unless people put in work, they find that personality tends to be steady throughout your life. The validity of this kind of test isn't super high. They can be prone to bias, or Chelsea said, for those who have desire to be something as opposed to what they already are. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with validity in personality tests. However, personality psychology is released. It has been studied a lot, and there's a lot of research in it. And I do think it is helpful, but the only way it's helpful is getting to know yourself. So what do these answers tell me? These answers tell me like where I may at, or like where I'm behaving or how I come across to others. And so for me, when I took this when I was younger, I was like, oh, I don't really want to be neurotic. Like I know that being neurotic is something that is affecting me and friendships and relationships. So it's something I worked really, really hard on to like fix in the way I act and behave and the way I come across, to the point where I think I have changed my personality to be less neurotic. Same with conscientiousness. I feel like I used to be way worse in conscientiousness. Now I'm slightly better. Something I'm still working on. It's hard. But agreeableness and open to experience, I think, is something that's always been a part of me. And I feel like extroversion fluctuates throughout my life. Define neurotic. See, the internet defines neuroticism as a personality trait that's characterized by negative emotions such as anxiety, irritability, depression, and self-doubt. People with high scores of neuroticism may also experience worries, fear, anger, frustration, envy, jealousy, pessimism, guilt, and loneliness. They may also be more sensitive to environmental stress and may see everyday situations as threatening. It's a trait that reflects a person's level of emotional stability. Sensitivity, yeah, basically sensitivity to negative emotion. Let's see. It's your emotional level stability, but it's how you're able to like handle it. And I feel like when I was younger, I couldn't handle it that much. Now I still know I deal with things, but everyone deals with worry, fear, anger, guilt, like to a degree. But when it becomes like a big part of your personality is when it's like every day, like it's something that like people see every day, I guess. Expecting brain rot. Why am I learning? I know we're learning too much, guys. We're learning. It's too much knowledge. But I'm glad we could share. Big changes to our personality occur when we go through something traumatic, or if we have an epiphany, where we turn our life around and do 180 in our personality to better ourselves. Yeah, exactly what Sonic said. That is how you change your personality. Personalities do change throughout, like, yeah, traumatic experiences and stuff. I'm very neurotic to a degree. I just try not to show it as another form of neurotic. It's good or bad. I mean, I feel like it depends. Like, are things affecting your daily today? That's when it's like, okay, when I need to work on things, when things start to become a problem. Because with psychology and like psychological disorders, it always has to reach a threshold before it's like diagnosed. You know, everyone's gonna deal with something to a degree, but it's like literally the hallmark of, you know, when you criteria for diagnosis is like, is it a significant impact to yourself or others? And is it like harmful to yourself, you know, and to your way of living? Like if it's distressful to you in your life, like some people, like anxiety, everyone has anxiety, but some people have anxiety to the point like they cannot go to work. They cannot perform a simple task. Like they cannot drive a car, which means they can't get a job, and they can't get a job, and they can't do this. Like it is significantly impacting their life. That's when it becomes a problem. Same with personality disorders. Neuroticism isn't bad, you know, or, well, there's specific personality disorders, but when certain things start to become like super impactful to your life, it's like, okay, maybe this person has something else. Is it leaning towards borderline? Like that's actually a disorder, you know, that they work on treating. Having general neuroticism is a level of neuroticism. Everyone has neuroticism to a point. Whether you're high or low on that scale is dependent on where you're at in life. It's not a bad thing though. Neuroticism starts stopping you from doing things, that's when it becomes an issue. Yeah, exactly, Gray. Exactly. I mean, I'm very agoraphobic. If I don't have to leave the house, I will not. So I don't drive. I get too fearful about it. That's when it becomes like impactful. Agoraphobia is really difficult. Just because it does stop you. Are you a psychologist, psychiatrist, psychotherapist? Crunchwrap, no, you have to have a PhD to be any of those things. I did just recently get my degree in psychology. So I have an undergrad degree, but that's about it. So my knowledge is very limited. You know, done some work, but Just that. I do have my AA in sociology and behavioral studies, but similar. Psychology talk doesn't sound like brain rot to me. I know. We're brain rotting the brain with knowledge. Hello, Spider-Man. Welcome in. Just needs to be more selfish and less agreeable. Hello, Spooky. She got an undergrad degree in psychology. She's a psychic now. Exactly. Oh my god. Anytime you tell someone you got your degree in psychology, oh, are you gonna try to read my mind? No, I don't want to. No, I have no intention. You're literally smarter and more knowledgeable than most therapist psychologists I know. That's very sweet. I am very obsessed with the study. Like, very obsessed. I do love it. I love it a lot. Occasionally remind me you actually learned something. Guys, I actually learned in my degree. I actually learned stuff. I do like sharing it though. It's very fun. Very, very fun. You do read minds. I feel like I read minds though, because it's a defense mechanism. Like when people think they're very like intuitive or you're very sensitive to people's emotions, a lot of times, like sometimes people are born like, I would say, with innate empathy. That's something I personally do believe in. But I do think like to a certain degree throughout my life personally, I have had to learn to read people's emotions down to the T of if their breathing has changed as a way of like survival, you know? So I can tell people's emotions have changed even in a message because I have had to just get that good at learning people's emotions so I can change my behavior so I don't get hurt. But that is like, that's a personal thing like that. I think, you know, I just read minds. I'm just more sensitive to people's changing. Why would your first thought upon hearing psychology be mind reading? I don't know. People think that you learn psychology and that you're a master at people's emotions and behaviors, which isn't true. Because there's so many different facets of psychology that you could go through. Some people don't care about like you learn human behavior aspect, but some people learn more research. They learn more industrial organizational psych. They learn more neuroscience. Like psychology isn't all behavior based. I personally am more drawn to behavior based, which I think is the more popularized version of it though. More to overthink. People pleasers tend to be mind readers, at least anticipators. Yeah. Oh, you say psychology, you can read my mind is a phrase from those study psychology get told to them. I also speak from experience. Yeah, Sonic. I bet you hear it a lot too. What's my big 5 personality to this message? I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say you're like maybe in between on extroversion, maybe a little lower towards introversion. I can see you being midway on most things, but I don't know you enough to know if you're like open to experience or agreeable. I don't know. I'm just like really well attuned to people's emotions. I think I was just born an empath. Probably not the trauma I survived. It's more like cool superpower or whatever. Some learn neuroscience to play the violin while cities burn. I'm an excellent empath. All people have to do is tell me their zodiac sign. I can perfectly analyze their personality character. That's where I will say we differ. I'm not a big fan of judging people's personalities based off zodiac signs. Because zodiac signs are a type of pseudoscience and it can't be replicated, and there is no firm evidence that it really does correlate with it. You're joking? Okay, good. I got scared for a second. I got scared. So when people be like, oh, you're Leo, like, and they like, oh, that goes out of character, I'm like, well, yeah. Because it's not actually that. Agreeable 39, extroversion 1, conscientiousness 56, openness 27, neuroticism 92. Okay, so it was low end. I think astrology is fun, and I know there is some like basis on it. I don't think it is a great predictor. Hi Ace Extreme, how you doing? Something happens to us every day, every other day, or if there is a pattern and our behavior stays consistent for some time, it's where something may truly affect you. And this is where you could get a proper diagnosis because you crossed the threshold. Yeah, it's very important. You can definitely infer something about a person's personality if they display enthusiasm about it. I'm great, saving lives at work. Let's go, Ace. That's amazing. And nothing like my zodiac sign, so I love to tell people my sign. They misread me from the start. Or you hear people, I don't know if you've heard this a lot, but someone will be like, what's your zodiac sign? And they're like, Leo. And then I'll tell them something I do, like, oh, really? I would have thought you were this. And they're like, well, do you do this? And they start trying to like justify while they're doing it. And you shouldn't have to do that. You know? People ask me about psychology's term. I'm not qualified to help you in this matter. Yeah, they try to rationalize it. Which is why I can't personally, like, I'm not gonna judge someone's personality based off of it. Because there's not enough proof. And also I think you're pigeonholing people into a box as well of like, these people are these things. And if that's what it is, then that means that you're not capable of change. You're not. It's saying that humans don't hold the autonomy, like, to be something else, or that you would start by being that because you were born a certain thing. Pigeons do like being hold in boxes. It is fun though to read, and I like seeing which little character I am for my month. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of the harder things for me to agree with. I know sun, rising, and moon plus other placements in my birth chart, and so many women on the internet think men only do that if they had a girlfriend or if they're trying to manipulate women. Hi Scott, how you doing? Good to see you. I hope you're well. I know we did go into astrology one time. I feel like we should go into more of the like actual research back in. I would love to hear more of the research on it. Or what they have. I also think the same about people being an only child. I know there must be something to it. Man, they want to put you in a certain box that's very limited. It's very labeling. And so again, you don't know to what degree people are going online, they're reading things about their personality, and then when they're going to make decisions, they're making decisions based off of like, oh, I read this about my personality, so I have to be this. Because I do think it, sometimes I think to myself, like, when I do something that's for myself, I'm like, oh my God, did I just do that because I'm a Leo? So is everyone gonna think I'm self-centered now because I'm a Leo? Am I gonna get labeled as like self-centered just because of that? Or am I self-centered because of that? Like, you're putting labels and putting attributions to people, and then it's like, okay, are they going to, how'd you know I was on the lower end though? Local, I knew you were on the lower end. Well, one, because I made a biased assumption that you're on Twitch. Like, and I know a lot of us, not everyone, but most of the time, people on like internet platforms and the way we interact here, a lot of us are more introverted. Like, I'm more introverted. And it just seems to be a commonality. But I also made that based on like some of the jokes and the references you make. And the way that you speak seems more introverted to me. I don't know if you're lying, but like if I had to make the assumption, that is at least why I said you were on the lower end. You could have been lying and now you're on the higher end. I don't know. But to me, it just seemed like you would be from the small amount of evidence that I have. Hello, Jindos. How you doing? The fact that they think they're all born in a certain month would all be self-centered. I'm a Capricorn and could not care less about work achievements or climbing the ladder. Hello, Jindos. But then if you see that, then they're going to say, well, oh, it's because you have your moon sign too. I think what I dislike are the people who use star signs as a reason as to why they are the way they are instead of working on themselves. Oh, I have an attitude, it's just me being so-and-so. But like, you're saying that's different. The English or Spanish joke? That joke is funny, but it's just a few things, like, especially if people come in and we talking, like, for the most part, like, I can assume where you would be at on a certain personality scale. Obviously, you show me what you want to show me here. I show you what I want to show you here. We all have a very surface level understanding of each other, so my understanding may not be fully who you are. Back, the building did not burn down. I have a big meeting, which I already missed. Oh no, okay, bye Lucian. Good luck with your meeting. I do have a lack of belief in astrology, which is the Capricorn thing, but you know, toss in the crud. Yeah, you do hear that, like, oh, they're just being like that, or you can't be with them because they're this sign, and it's like, I don't like defining people as that. I don't know. I just know it's a big thing within culture now. And I'd probably just get called a Leo for saying that or something. I don't know. Curious? Arbery, I would say you're also more introverted. It seems like you're maybe a little bit more conscientious. Maybe more agreeable, but less open to experience. And from the way you talk about yourself, I would say mid-neurotic. What if Western zodiac and Chinese zodiac collide, like they contradict each other? Which do you believe? I mean, like zodiac and astrology feels the same way as it feels like religion to me. Except some religion do have like some like at least research. Close my eyes, people won't even go out with a certain person because they think their sign's not compatible. Like that legit scares me. Are you going out, giving out ocean evals in chat? There's like, I wonder how you would view me. So me sitting here alone on a Friday Twitch gives away me being introverted. It doesn't give away you being introverted. I would say it's a more of a stereotype. You know? I don't think it necessarily is. You could be extroverted because one, you're here talking to a lot of people. So that also could be viewed as extroversion. Like if you're more of a chatter than a lurker, then you might be more extroverted than that. Like, but those would all be things that like we could run a poll and we could test and we could do a small little research within the community. Like we could run a little stat and make it like a Walker Horde stat. But again, it would be biased to our own community, which could be fun one day. I know how to run those. So if you guys ever want to, if we could get enough people to take a survey, I could make a test and then we could run the stats on them if I remember how to do it now. But I also hate stats. You guys are gonna make me read it and make charts. But it is fun and we could run it. I don't think it gives it away. Yeah, I would say interacting makes you automatically less introverted. Use your PhD, use us for your PhD dissertation. I'm more extroverted when it comes to chats than in IRL. I'm more comfortable when here, not physical. So glad that I'm unpredictable and no idea what I'm even doing moment to moment. Yeah, great. That would put you lower in conscientiousness. If I had to guess. If I had to guess if you were to take that test, then I would say you're lower conscientiousness then. If you don't, because one, you don't like to plan things, Gray. You like things to be the spur of the moment. I would say you're a little bit more open to experience, but not as agreeable. Define conscientiousness. Again, conscientiousness could be a few different things, but like you not wanting to plan things, you like to not like to go with the flow. That is lower on conscientiousness. Because again, conscientiousness just means like planning, organizational, liking to have structures, essentially, and being able to follow structures, which there's different parts to that, whether that's cleaning, whether that's organizing, whether that's, like, how you put yourself together, the way you, like, see yourself in place with others, like, being more conscientious of, like, others' feelings and stuff. So it could be a little different, but that's why I say midway. But again, this is just, like, if we're going off ocean. But I would say midway. I would say you still are conscientious to a point. Look official, and thank you for using your Prime! Thank you! I appreciate that. That's very sweet. At the end, astrology originated as a tool people in the past try to predict the future, since that would make them feel safer towards uncertainty of what's coming. Yeah, that does sound a lot like superstition. I was just thinking this, online interactions can be much more accessible way for introverts to get their social fix than IRL. Okay, like, but being introverted doesn't mean you don't like social interactions. Being introverted means that you prefer to have more time to yourself. You need more time to yourself than an extrovert. Extroverts thrive with other people. That's how they recharge. Introverts thrive when they're alone and have personal time. And maybe they are a little bit more like, they don't really like to be in a lot of social situations. Like for me, being in large crowds and being in large groups, I tend to get more quiet. I tend to step back. It's hard. Like I feel like I'm really outgoing and I am extroverted, which is why I feel like I sit in the middle. But if I'm with large groups and I'm with a lot of other extroverted people, I tend to like pull back a lot. Like I start to feel like way more uncomfy, you know? Hello, Callahan. Thank you for the follow. We'll get to the point where people not only go with the flow, but they actually trust people enough to just not care because they're just expecting the best out of everyone all the time. That's how I try to be. And then sometimes people misinterpret it, or obviously people like are just like take advantage of it, but I try to. I should send you my setup for getting my car fixed. Probably totally change your perception. What's your setup? Well, again, it depends. Hello, Knight. How you doing? That's wild, though. You read my personality through my message. Did I really, though, local? That's awesome. I totally climb up when there's more than 3 people. Yeah, then that would be a little more introverted, you know? Like, that's me. Again, as you know, I don't respond to messages very often, or like I love messaging people, but sometimes when I start to get a lot of messages, I get really, I don't know, overwhelmed. It's really overwhelming for me. And I don't know why. That's something I'm personally working on, trying to figure out why it's an overwhelming experience. But if I'm like having a lot of social interaction and I'm messaging a lot of people, then I suddenly stop. It's because I just like don't have mental energy to respond back anymore. It's like I want to, but the idea of doing it is just like, oh my God, I can't. And it sucks because I do want to. I just lose all that mental energy to be able to do it. Which is like, it does affect friendship sometimes, and it sucks, which is something I want to work on. But that's like that introverted part of me just being like, I need to not talk to anyone for like 2 days, and then I can come back and like be super extroverted. Especially I feel like it's gotten worse since like doing stream too. Like I love streaming, I love talking, but like when I, you know, put out so much energy for 5 to 6 hours a day, the last thing I want to do is get off and start talking to people again. You know, so it takes me that time to like, I need to re-get that, like after conventions or stuff. Like I love Twitch on, but oh my God, is it energy draining. I need a day to not talk to anyone. Yeah, I need to recharge. I just need to recharge. Like I did yesterday. I got off stream and took a 30-minute nap. I was also tired. So I try not to start convos outside streams with streamers. Most tend to have plenty of people to talk to. Well, I mean, if there's like a reason you like some message, but like just trying to have phone convos and people get upset. Like, my God, bruh, I had this like, I don't know if they're like really a friend. It was like an acquaintance, which I'll talk about. This is tea. I shouldn't really be talking about it because I don't feel like it's nice, but I'm kind of over it and upset. But like, I didn't respond to their message for like, I think maybe like a day went by when I was responding to their messages, and then I was with family. I was with family, and we were doing a lot of outdoor work, and I was trying to like just spend time with family, and I was answering a lot of like work emails, and like when I see my nephews like and stuff and family, I like to give them my attention. I don't get to see them often. They take up a lot of my attention. And I've been meaning to get back to messages. I just kind of took a day off, you know, from everything. And they sent me a message and like, I can't believe you ghosted me. This isn't cool. And I'm just like, it was a day and 2 hours. And I was like, oh. And this is not the only time they've done this. Like, they messaged me when I was in Europe. And I wasn't responding to messages because I was in Europe. And so they sent me another message like, oh, if you just want me to go away, just like let me know. I'm not cool with people ghosting me. Oh, I guess you. Hi, Nick, how you doing? Welcome in. And I was just like, I literally messaged back when I was gone from Europe. I was like, I was gone. Sorry. Like, yeah, like this is, I can't do this. I personally cannot do cleanliness. Like I cannot do it. I need my independence. I'm a very, very independent person. I love space. I love my space. I love my space so much. Like I need alone time. Like I don't care how close of friends we are. I need time. I need my little me time, you know? So like I can't deal with that. As soon as I deal with that, I'm like, oh no, back away, back away, back away. Please, no. How can you just go to Europe and ghost your whole chat? I know Jen does. It's really reasonable, and I kind of share the same. I used to talk a lot in class with my colleagues, not during classes, and teachers, so when I get home, I don't want to talk to anyone. Let's see, they feel entitled to an excessive level of respect from you, and your inaction caused them emotional injury. Insecure narcissism? Maybe. I don't know if it's like narcissism, but they're definitely insecure, probably. That's another reason I try to stay back from people. I can be very clingy, and I know this. Well, I think as long as you know it and you can manage it, Arbre. Like, we're all clingy to a degree. Like, but I think if you're managing it and not projecting it onto others, when you start projecting it onto others, again, is when it becomes a problem. You can feel what you want to feel, as long as you're not projecting onto others. I had internet in Europe. If you could stream there, you could have answered me, and then you would have got that message. Yeah, guys, I'm talking outside. I'm just kidding. Space is nice though. It's so nice. Wait, I'm kind of feeling this. What is this? This makes sense. Managing mental energy is a skill to be learned. We need that recharge. It's not selfish to get lost in translation sometimes. Why is it called common sense when it's not common? If you want me to go away, just say so. Like, oh my god, don't say that. Like, oh, do you know how insecure? Like, that sounds like, I mean, maybe if they had a problem, but I don't have a problem. I just am busy. Like, or tired. I've been really depressed the last 2 weeks. I'm sorry, I've just been sleeping and not talking to anybody. Like, I did say that, and like, it is a personal problem. I said like, hey, sorry. But the first time I say that, you don't have to send me 3 more messages saying the same thing. Like, I told you, like, I don't want to have to, like, at that point, like, if it is too much to talk to me, then like, let's split ways, because I can't do that either. I don't have the mental energy to be doing that right now. Like, I legit don't have the mental energy to keep entertaining this, you know? Like, and I understand if that's not for you, but we're not even that close of friends. Sonic, not as much because I don't respond to them as much anymore. But it's like, it's gone to the point, like, even sometimes it's like having like 5 at the same time. I'm like, oh my god. When you responded to my Discord DM, I was surprised. I never expect a response. 3 times a charm isn't what they say. I don't like when someone just wants to show you something negative or violent for the sake of it. That's some problems I've had in relationships. Violent. But I kind of believe you've done this to me. Feels very such like narcissistic injury, a blow to their ego. Yeah. I know they're going through a lot, but it never used to be like this. That happens to my friend. She has a bit similar type of personality as yourself. I give her space when she needs. I'm glad you understand, Nero. But I try to like remember that I like to think that I am very receptive to my friends' personalities and to what they need and when they need it and how they may be different from me. So I like to hope that they hold the same respect and regard for me, that I'm not perfect all the time. And I'm a human with needs, and I'm tired of being a people pleaser, and I can't be there 24/7 for people. And I like to hope that they will respect that. And if they won't, then I understand. At least I understand. I understand like my personality and like how some people may need attention all the time and how like they need responses all the time. But that's not something I can give, which means like, unfortunately that friendship cannot further, you know? Yeah, exactly, Fire Ninja. And it's perfect all the time, and everyone should be aware and respect that. Sometimes it's good to know your place and why I keep my distance, because I do like people, but I don't want to get too close because it might hurt me. I think it depends, you know what I mean? Like, I think at a certain point it's good to like allow yourself to get close to people. And you have to trust that you'll be able to handle yourself if you are hurt. You know, I blocked everyone for a while because I needed to fix things. Any messages and stuff I just avoided. That's what you need, Gray, you know? Again, as long as you're not like projecting on other people, making it like it's their problem, I think that's when it becomes an issue. Ghost everyone like me, be less agreeable. That's me lately. I don't have the mental energy for anything hard, so anyone doing anything that's even slightly stressful, yeah, exactly, Dagma. Especially when you're in those mental states. A really close friend of mine sometimes doesn't reply to me for months on end, and I always give her the benefit of the doubt. I assume she's doing her own thing. Respond on her own time. How insane it would be for me to need a response in order to feel okay about myself. Yeah, that is true. Like, there's some sort of, like, something inner work that needs to be done with that person if they feel like you're owed a response, or the only thing keeping you going, or you only think that friendship is intact if you get a response. Like, I think my best friendships are with people that will go like 3 months without talking to each other or seeing each other. But when we hang out, it's like nothing ever happened. Like, because we both understand our own lives. 100% your fault and everyone else's fault. In fact, I'm completely exempt from fault. Fangirl, what's good? What's going on? No worries, Shindos. Have a good one. People pleasers are susceptible to burnout, and then they can't do their jobs properly. Learn something new without struggling or recharge from doing things they love. Sleep and healthy meals are not always enough. I will say, like, I'm still a recovering people pleaser. I'm still dealing with that. I think I've learned that being a people pleaser is actually pretty selfish. And I'm not helping anyone when I'm being a people pleaser. And now when I look back on past people pleasing tendencies, I like want to vomit. I'm like, what was I doing? Why was I like that? Why, like, I just feel gross about myself. But I will say, like, I definitely have had times of like anxiety, which is something I work on because I definitely have anxiety. I've taken the attachment test. I definitely have anxiety attachment. Definitely do. That when I get super attached to people and like say they don't respond or I start to notice a change in their vibe, I get super anxious. But I've learned how to properly deal with it myself instead of texting them like, oh my God, do you hate me? Like, why are you not responding? Hello, where are you? Like, maybe in the past, like, I would have gotten like crazy or been like, oh, like, I'll just leave you alone if you want me to. Like, I would have been passive and like aggressive like that in the past. But now when I start to get anxious or I start to get those feelings, I have things I do. I journal, I go for walks. I have the feelings. They're not gone. I definitely still will get the feelings, but I just know how to deal with them personally without ever making the other person feel bothered by them. Or I try to take alone time or like try to figure out why am I personally feeling that way? Why is that interaction bothering me? And so I think like those feelings, never had them. Never had them, never heard them. Chelsea, being the hardest in yourself is also not the healthiest. That's true. That's true. I know someone who literally blows up my phone until I answer. I had to let them know at a certain time I'm resting. They call 1 minute before. That's good, Frankie, to set those boundaries. Before, if I was in your position, Frankie, I would have answered and would have been freaking out if I missed a call or like, I'm so sorry. Now I'm just like, now that behavior, like those messages I'm getting, no. That crosses the boundary with me. And I've learned it's okay to have boundaries. And I shouldn't be scared of other people getting mad. You shouldn't be scared of other people stepping on your boundaries. Or if they get upset for you setting a boundary, that is not your problem. You know? If you're like, hey, I'm resting at this time, or I'm not always available to pick up your call, I'll get back to you when I can. If they can't respect that, then no bueno. No good. Throw it out. Use outlets and distractions, not dwell on the fact that they haven't gotten a response from someone. Yeah, exactly, Sonic. Like, you're not gonna always be able to just, like, cure that. But you can figure out tools to deal with it. I think I heard someone say, like, unfortunately, like, sometimes your anxiety will never go away if you're a very anxious person. I'm a very, very anxious person. However, I'm not as anxious as I used to be because I have tools to deal with it when I am anxious. I've learned a great deal from like being that super, super, super anxious ridden person. I will say, then to school though, I did fall back to my old behaviors of like the way I felt and like the way people, I'm like, oh my God, they didn't invite me to this party. They hate me. Everyone hates me. Like, I tried my best not though, like I didn't project it onto other people. I let myself feel that. It was really sucky. But I just also realized I just also, you know, was very stretched really thin. Like Dagmar said, when you're going through hard things, you don't have the mental capacity to be able to give more attention to those hard things. So when hard things keep piling on, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Because there's not enough room to like deal with it. Now it's like, I'm like, oh, if they hate me, they hate me. If I made a bad impression, you know, it's whatever. We make it up, we make it up, we don't. What am I gonna do about it, you know? But was it keeping me up for a couple nights? Was I unable to sleep? Was I thinking about it constantly? And like, was it driving me crazy? Kind of. But I did my best not to let it affect. Sometimes it does. Hello, I'm a star dude. How you doing? I help more people while going through hard things than now. You do help people when you go through hard things because you have the knowledge to like help them, you know? If you don't get invited to stuff because they hate you, There's so many people that hate me, Chelsea. I didn't need this information. Hello, Omastar dude. Yeah, you know when you see your friends like all at a party and you're like the only one not invited and you're like, fudge, what did I do? Am I too like anxious? Or I was at a party and I kind of heard someone describing me as like super high energy and I was like, oh no, that's probably why they hate me. Like, oh well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know? Like, can't make everyone like you and you're not gonna be everyone's cup of tea and that's okay. You know, it is what it is. Let's see if I miss anything. Falling down happens to everyone. You gotta get back up. It's all that matters. Exactly what Rocky Balboa said. Doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down. It matters how many times you get back up. You know? That's probably not it. I remember I had a very good day once and someone that would show me something negative. I'm glad I broke that friendship off because she would always ruin my day. Yeah, sometimes people are just negative and you're not in the right headspace to deal with certain people at certain times. Hi, Super. If Crash Bandicoot were to get a movie series and it was done right, who should voice Crash? Our Lord and Savior, Chris Pratt, of course. I mean, once a month I have a meltdown day. A day where I can yell, scream, get angry, and other things. I schedule them to make it easier. Yes, Funnel, I've heard of that. Have you heard of scheduling your worries? Or scheduling your anxieties? I think this is a great tool. I use this. I need to get back to using it. Actually, it's been a bit. I've been falling off the thing of using that. But it's called scheduling your worries and anxieties, and exactly that. If you're having a worry throughout your week, maybe it's the dumb thing of like, I didn't get invited to my friend's birthday party, okay? Or someone I considered a friend or close. And everyone, all my other friends did, right? They all got invited to this birthday party. I didn't, okay? So, can I do anything about it? Can I do anything about it right now? No, not really. Okay, then I'm gonna schedule that Saturday, 10 a.m. I'm gonna take 10 minutes. I can worry about that. Go through another thing throughout the week. Can I deal with it right now? No. Worry about it 10 a.m. Saturday. Is there something worrying me? Can I do something right now? Yes? Okay, I worry about it. I get it done right now. So it makes more space for your head to worry about the things right now that you need to worry about. Say, I need to pay a bill. I've been putting it off. Okay, I'm gonna worry about that right now. I can do that. I'm gonna do that. It takes 2 minutes. I'm gonna worry about that now. And then on Saturday, 10 a.m., 10 minutes, I worry about it, figure out what I can do about it. You know, until then, it shouldn't take up the space. Anxiety is a big part of trauma response. It can take a long time to recover from extended trauma. Anxiety stays for years, yeah. I was like, that's a kid. You can't please them all. That's true. Everyone obviously needs to be like me. Everyone already likes me. That's true, Boglefish. We do like you. I remember when I was a kid, I remember when I was trying to hang out with a girl once, she literally had to have a other friend message me, tell me pretty much to back off, and I was like, all right, and I just unfriended them both. Well, that's good, you know what I mean? Basically, like, you're stepping on someone's boundaries, and they had someone else come in, which is good. You have to respect their boundaries. Chris Pratt, absolutely not. Give me Jim Carrey. Timothy Chalamet. This is the thing, though. Nothing is easier than just being yourself. The way it works, makes you happy. And there will always be people who love you exactly that. That's your people. There's people for everyone, and the best part, there's usually the people you think are the coolest. Exactly, because they think you're cool. You don't have to be weird about it. In your case, it's totally understandable, but also face people that ghost you and pretend they don't. In my job at an hotel, a colleague was trying to be my friend, inviting me to meet up since she thought I spent too much time at home. So once I had a free time and wanted to meet her after she invited me, so I texted in response 4 hours later when the meeting was over because she didn't see her phone when she uses her phone 24/7 even during work. Yeah, Pablo, I mean, there are people who do like straight up like ghosts. Like if you're having a conversation with someone and say you're talking about meeting up and the person just never talks to you again. Like, yeah, maybe they did ghost you, but that's still not a reason to really attack them. You can be like, hey, that wasn't cool. Like, I don't know if we're meeting up. Like, you know, in the future, like, you can just let me know. Like, it's no big deal. I think there could be communication. I do think we get a little too attacky too quickly nowadays. Like, oh, they ghosted me. That's not cool, dude. Like, what are you doing? You're horrible. Like, maybe see what they're going through. Maybe open up the communication. Like, what's going on? Why did this happen? Is something going on? Like, everything okay? Like, you can just let me know. But some people are mean and, you know, do weird stuff. In my case, I had responded to this person. Like, they left on, like, a thing of, like, you could or could not respond to that message. Hi, Movie Manco. How you doing? You must plot your revenge against so-called friend who snubbed you from their birthday party. I don't know how on earth you do that. My brain is like schedules. Yeah, we don't do that here. It takes a lot longer to stop myself from doing pretty revenge. I don't like revenge. Chelsea confirmed pro ghosting. Got it on video. A life coach taught me this trick. We set a certain time to let our express these pin-up emotions. We decide if we can control it right now. If not, we have to move on and focus on it later. Yeah, I like that. I like that, Sonic. Because it removes that, and it's not like you're not going to deal with them, but it gives your brain the satisfaction of like, I will worry about this. We will get time to worry about this. Now is not the time to worry about this, you know? Yeah, things are not always black and white. That's why I like to think how the internet thinks. I think the internet thinks everything is black and white. Like everything is yes or no. Everything is, but it's not. That's just not how life works. Revenge is a waste of energy. No, unless you're colorblind, then I guess maybe. I wouldn't do that. It's just after that, I realized that she actually didn't care about me or my friendship at all. So I just kept on being just colleagues. Yeah, that's good, Pablo. You know, if you want for you, they're not for you. Yeah, it is. But a lot of the times, like, I like to think of it from the past, because past Chelsea would probably, like, I definitely ghosted someone one time when I was younger. Like, I don't know if I've said this story or not. I don't know if I did. Maybe. I guess I can tell it if you guys want to hear. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is why I understand, like, maybe why understanding a little bit more about why people did it, but basically I had this friend when I was younger, and he would always try to like hang out with me. Also, this is hard because I feel like my family watches my streams, but it's how I felt at the time, okay? This is younger Chelsea. At the time, I felt like when I was at family events, I couldn't be with family, or I would get in trouble for like wanting to go hang out with friends, especially if they were a guy. Like, I just couldn't do that, you know? Like, stricter parents, couldn't do it. I was too scared to even try it. I didn't want to try it. But I had this friend, and we would hang out like at like church events or like when we were there, and it was cool there. But like one time we were at like a park thing. It was like for the 4th of July celebration, and I was really young. I was like 12, you know, and he kept like trying to figure out where to meet up with me, and I would do the thing of like I would keep ignoring his texts, of like pretending I didn't see it. I would try to like actively avoid him at the park because I was like too scared to like just say what was going on or why I felt like too nervous to hang out with him. Also, he was a boy, and boys were scary. So it was like, I was just too scared. I was way too scared of like my family, like to even ask them to go hang out. Like I was too scared if I was like gone too long. And there's a lot of things, like I'm very anxious, like even since I was little, I was a very anxious person, like always overthinking everything that would happen. Like, and everything that would like all the catastrophes that would happen if I were to hang out. And so eventually, like, he would keep asking me to hang out, and I would keep making excuses. Well, because I couldn't really go hang out anyways. But I wanted them to keep talking to me. Like, I liked them as a friend. Like, I did want to hang out with them. I just wasn't really allowed. And so I just, like, would get too scared. And I would just, like, tell him I would meet up and then ghost him that day and be like, oh, stuff came up. And I would be that person. And so eventually, he stopped talking to me, right? Eventually, he just got mad, stopped talking to me. And it took me years later. We're like 5 or 6 years later. So I'm probably like 17, 18, somewhere around then. And I've learned a lot. I've learned like what ghosting is. I've learned proper behaviors. I've learned like communication, how to, you know, do that. And then one night, I kid you not, it was like eating me alive that I did this to him. That I would do that all the time. That I would just say, I don't want to hang out. Like, and one day I just messaged him and like told him everything. I apologized. And I was like, hey, I'm so sorry for bringing this up randomly. I feel really bad for the way I behaved when I was younger. Like, I shouldn't have done that. I realize now that like those actions weren't right and I should have said it. I just didn't know how to say. I was so scared. And he didn't respond. He didn't respond. But then, like 3 years later, cut to like 2020, he reaches out to me and we became really good friends. And now we are good friends. And like now I get to see him go through his life. Like he just got married, he's having a baby, like, and now I'm a part of that, you know? Like I got to be a part of his life again. And so that's why I tell people when things don't work out or people are in bad situations or you have to like leave a friendship, I say that you never know. You never know what's gonna happen. You can work things out. Like, again, I reached out, I sent the message, I apologized, no response for like 3 years. 3 years. And then finally, like, we started hanging out again. We hung out a lot. Probably shouldn't have, like, but like, it was like one of the people I got hung out during the pandemic and stuff. He's my age, Crunchwrap. He's like 25, 26. I got older and I've mellowed out a lot. I used to be very emotional when I was younger. I'm learning a lot. Like, that's what you do. You go through a lot when you're a kid. You're young. But what I'm meaning is, like, when people ghost people, I try to remember that I also, at one point, didn't have the tools, and maybe they were just too scared or didn't know how to communicate. And that's how I view it. I do think it's cowardly, and it isn't cool, and it isn't nice. But I try to just, like, understand that perspective that I went through. And maybe I can reach out and be like, hey, no worries. Like, if you don't want to hang out with me, I'm not going to take it personally. You know, you are more than happy. Just let me know. I like to plan things. I'm a planner. I like to, like, at least our hangouts. I like to know, like, okay, Saturday 12 p.m. We're meeting Saturday 12 p.m., correct? Like, you know, like, don't waste my time. Like, it's fine. You don't want to meet up, you don't want to meet up. You don't have to be scared to tell me no. Like, I like to think one of the most easygoing people. Like, if we have plans that day, maybe I'll get a little upset. Maybe I'll be like, oh, okay, I wanted to hang out, but I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to be upset. Like, and I feel like that's because people learn these behaviors because they were treated in the past. They were met with someone, at one point or another, they were met with someone who they said, hey, I can't do this, and they reacted poorly to them, and then they react that way again. And it's a cycle. And so that's what I like to think about it. It's like, okay, maybe they just, you know, they've gone through a little different experience than I have. And, you know, sometimes people are just mean and malicious. You never know. People are also just cruel, but I don't know. But it is scary. It is scary trying to, like, disappoint people. And a lot of people pleasers. I was very much a people pleaser, you know? It's difficult. Sometimes you just don't have the tools to understand. It's something people usually don't understand. You have time for dinner? Have a good day at dinner. People change a lot, too. Super young to be starting a family, especially these days. Yeah, but he's doing good. They're happy. As long as they're happy. A little bit much to think the worst people when they do something we don't like, yeah. That's eerily familiar. I ghosted my best friend ever. We recently reconnected and got to talk about all the stuff. Yeah, it is cathartic, right? And it's nice to, like, reach out and reconnect when you're both at a different place in your life. Because sometimes you do meet people, and unfortunately, at that time, you're on very different journeys, or you need to split to come back up. Like, and I do think that happens, and it's important, and it is unfortunate. But I think at certain times, certain people are just not ready to, like, be there. And so I think that's, like, when it's helpful, when you can come back together and maybe understand, like, hey, what I did wasn't cool. It wasn't cool. I shouldn't have done that. Like, and it could be scary. Like, you know, people go on a date with someone. They don't like them. But the other person likes you. It could feel really bad and difficult to be like, oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't really feel it. Even though it seems easy. Like, especially if you're a woman, being, like, telling someone that could be scary. So I can understand why you'd want to ghost someone. You know, people do get scary sometimes when you don't reciprocate. Or you're like, you know, stuff like that. Taking it personally, I'd scream at their face, what's wrong with me? Why don't you want to hang out with me? Is it because I'm a flat earther? Is it because of my face? Do you think I'm ugly? You think I'm ugly? You just don't want to look at me? Like, what is it? What did I do? Yeah. right people at different time. Yeah. Bad timing. So I tell people sometimes, I'm glad I met them when I did. Because sometimes when I meet people, I'm like, if like 2015 version of me met you, like I think I would self-sabotage our friendship. I would find some way to do it, you know? So I think like we meet people when we're meant to, and sometimes it teaches us that lesson. I always think about Patrick Star quote when I get rejected, maybe it's just because you're ugly. So don't ask anyone to hang out, literally. I know it's from past of people just ignoring me when I have plans. I don't ask anyone to do anything. I always want to, but then I decide I'm better off without others. I think it's true to a point. We are better off with people who don't respect us or treat us well. We are better off without those people, but life is better with people who are really cool and make your life better, you know, or bring something to your life. Because I feel like the people who do that aren't going to be the people causing you problems, you know? Like, I'm so grateful for the friends I made on Twitch. Like, I met some of the coolest female friends who've just, like, empowered me and have uplifted me and have been so cool. Like, over these, like, past 6 years, as I feel like I have been growing as, like, a little human, you know, going through your early 20s. And they've been so helpful with that. And I'm so, so grateful. Like, they have been so cool. And I used to be that person too, like, don't get close to people. Great, like, I kid you not, I would go into classes, I would go into school and be like, my object is to not meet anyone, to not make friends with anyone, to not talk to people. I don't want to get close to people. But now I'm at a point where I'm like, I do like getting close to people, but I keep my guard up. I do have boundaries now. And I feel like that's helpful. I'm still learning how to put boundaries up though. I'm not good at it. They freak me out. It does freak me out a little bit. I don't want to say it, but you were drinking too much and made it up. Honestly, some people who complain about ghosting are also people who will not understand a no for an answer or will get really intense when you do answer. Yeah, exactly. Cycle can be worse if it happens at a young age, which can take more work to reframe the mind from the negative experience. However, you have someone or a group of people in your life that care for you and develop a strong connection. The reframing process might not take as long. Yeah, exactly. Social support has like been shown like a #1 predictor of contentment in life and older age, and how people move through health related issues is actually like a good sense of social support. Someone gave me a hint and I wasn't sure how they felt about me. Sometimes I regret not starting conversation with them. Frankie, that's what it is. I mean, I don't know if you can go back to it, but you would love my friend from college. What she said about me? Wait, what do you mean? You're not the only one who's struggling with setting poor boundaries. It's challenging. It's scary. It's scary because sometimes you set them and people still don't respect them. And then it's like, okay, am I wrong? I just, you know, like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, simple things are just like, hey, don't talk to me like that. Don't say these things. Especially, I feel like I've gotten better. Twitch has helped me a lot. Because before, people would come in and they say stuff to me that makes me uncomfortable. And I would just let it slide by because I was so worried that people wouldn't come to my streams or they wouldn't like me if I wasn't just like saying yes to everything. But now I'm just like, okay, first of all, no. Don't say that to me. Don't come in here. Don't make me uncomfortable. Don't make people in chat uncomfortable. Or when they get upset about the rules, or we've had a lot of people like, why are the mods like this? Or I'm just trying to say this. No, you're not. It makes me uncomfortable. Please stop saying that. Like, don't come back. Don't come back. I don't care anymore, you know? Which I feel like is a nice place to be. It's super, super helpful. I told her I hated people and I couldn't wait to get away from these people I met up with. She was blown away by, I said I hated people and I don't want to talk to anymore. She found it odd because I was the most talkative and friends to everyone. That is true. Because I feel like maybe you're pushing down that you actually care about social interactions to maybe put up that front because you've been hurt before. We all do care about people. Like, we care about what people think about us. We just like to pretend we don't. You can even, like, not care, but you still care sometimes. Like, especially people. Shut up. No, I'm not. Yeah. Great. You definitely don't care about the people you care about and their opinions of you. And you definitely don't care about them wanting to be your friends. And that's one thing I always tell people though. Don't come to me. You can't come to me if you don't want me to like if you want someone to completely side with you, don't come to me. I'll be not taking this verbal abuse. Hi, Bat. How are you? Did you get your truck fixed? I've been taking care of yourself and getting water. This has been super brain rotty. I hope you guys are feeling super brain rotted right now. And not intellectual. I'm dark. I'm a shivering psychopath. Why though? If you know those things, why would you be those things? So I tell people. Like, I don't know. I think this line is so funny. The line of like, I'm not good enough for you. I don't want to hurt you, right? Then don't. Then work on it. Like, what do you mean you're not gonna be, like, good enough, I guess? I don't know. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? What does that mean? Sometimes we set up what I call survival boundaries, especially after something horrible happened to us to keep us safe. After we heal, those boundaries don't serve a purpose, which can make setting our moral boundaries that we carry in life tough to make, yeah. A lot of the stuff, like, I feel like all of adulthood is unlearning childhood. It's unlearning childhood and unraveling, like, the things that may have happened and figuring out how to readjust ourselves to the world and what we know now, you know? It's not you, it's me. Is this brain rot? This is therapeutic. Yeah, this turned into therapy hour. So fine learning, bettering ourselves has offended me. What did I walk into? You walked into the therapy office, Fat. Welcome in. My whole life I was in between of I do want friends and people who care about me, but I don't want to be intensely going out with people and doing things and talking all the time. Yeah. Like, I like when people want to be chill or understand I don't want to hang out a lot. It turned into Chelsea using her degree. Dude, gotta do something. 16K? It's gotta go somewhere. No, that. So I was gonna ask you, I stopped at my post office on Saturday. And it wasn't there. I might be able to go down again this week to check, but I did not see it. Working on myself sounds difficult and scary. I just want to isolate myself so I can't hurt anyone. Yeah, it's usually the answer. That's not bad for a year of tuition. Year? That was my entire degree. 16K. 2 years. What's 16K? My degree cost 16K. Maybe a little more with my associates. Maybe I didn't pay like 18 to 19 with my associates for 3 of them. Self-esteem is a strange thing after sometimes. No, yeah, it'd be more like 17, 18. I'm happy to hurt people now. That's beats growth. Self-esteem is a strange thing. After some time, we get broken down with the not good enough sticks around. It usually relates to being a burden on others. It does. After a while, that's what I realized. I got to a point where I realized, like, me not having, like, any self-esteem is turning to me projecting it onto others. And it's just like, at a certain point, like, other people who are in a better place don't want to deal with it. They don't like it. Because even now I've gotten to a point where that behavior is just like, can be exhausting sometimes. Because I went through so much work to get out of that place that dealing with that behavior is like, okay, you get to the point of like, I put in that much work. Why can't they put in that much work? You know? People from Europe, you have to pay. People from the US, only 16K, I know. That's all. I thought Americans had to pay like $1 bajillion in university tuition. Crunchwrap, I went to a state school. I specifically went to a state school and commuted to a state school. So I could have lower tuition. If I went to a university, I would have had to pay like $120,000. It's crazy. I almost timed out Nightbot Because touchscreen, I didn't even know it was possible. I didn't know you could time out bots. Oh no, I was hoping they didn't, but they might have returned it already? That's so crazy, because I definitely went, like, the week before, too. Crunchwrap, a state school is a little cheaper. So universities, there's a university and then there's private schools. So those schools tend to be more expensive. What is exactly the difference between a university and a private and a state school? Universities can be both private or public intuitions, and the name doesn't indicate the specific affiliation. State universities, on the other hand, are public higher education institutions funded primarily by the state government. Okay, so maybe the other ones are private. So maybe it's just public and private. Yeah, I got my degree at a state school. However, the reason I commuted to Fullerton was because they had the best state psychology program. So that's particularly why I went there. It's still a university, yeah. Some people are like, oh, it's not, you went to a state university. I don't know why it's looked down upon, but I personally think the education there was probably just as good as I would get anywhere. You learn the same things, like, you know. Yeah, that'd be awesome, that. No worries. I look back at how much I've learned, how far I've come, and seen people struggle with what I dealt years ago. Hello, Fire, how are you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're well. Yeah, I don't know what the big difference is. I guess just private. Some people have to make themselves feel better by what school they went to and such. You pay more to rub shoulders with more well-connected people at big universities. Yeah, probably I guess so. But, like, if I really wanted to go to, like, the dream school for psychology, I probably would have tried to go to Berkeley, but I don't have Berkeley monies. And also, for me, the big part was to not go into debt. I did not want to go into debt. I wanted the degree, but because I'm not super hyper-focused on going into that field of work, I was like, this isn't worth me going into debt for, you know, a better part most of the rest of my life. So I was like, nah, I'm gonna go somewhere that I could probably afford or pay off quickly. So that's what I did. And luckily, was able to get through it without, with no debt. But I did get a grant, so that was also helpful. Getting that grant was super helpful. I just had to submit a letter, and yeah, just basically told them my life story while I was there and why I wanted that degree, and then I got a little grant. If you do want to work in the field, nothing on earth is worth going into that kind of debt. That's why, like, people are like, oh, are you gonna get your PhD? And I'm like, the only reason to get a PhD is if you really want it. There's no point in getting any type of doctorates if you do not really want it. It's a lot of school, a lot of headache, a lot of money. A lot of money. And that's just un-American. It's American, you go into debt. Connectors are worth what you pay for them. Yeah, that's true. My school had a lot of connections, though. I don't know. I was happy. Like, I felt happy with my school. If I want to get a master's is because it will not cost a lot of money. It will, not a lot. Not a lot is 20K. I can go back to a state school, get my master's. It would cost a little more than my BA, but when I go to work a job, I will get paid at a master's level, and I can do more work. Because within psychology, you could do very little with a BA. If you want to actually do any counseling, I will have to get a master's. So that is probably why I do want to go back at some point. If I ever actually want to get into the work I want to do within the field of psychology, it would be counseling. And in order to do any sort of counseling, I need that master's. Because if I get a master's in social work, I can at least become a counselor. And that would be the goal. I don't think I really would want a PhD. I would get licenses, but even to get licenses, I need a master's degree. Unfortunately, you do hit a wall with psychology. So yeah, master's would be it, which I do eventually want to go back and get. I am thinking about it now. I was like, oh, I lost my job. Do I just go back and get it? But it will be a lot of work and a lot of money. And it's like, I don't know if I can afford the money right now. Becoming a social worker doesn't mean you are a social worker. You could do a lot of things with a social worker. Social work degree is the oldest degree in psychology. It's like one of the first degrees people had in psychology. If you do want to work in that field, nothing is worth going to debt. Yeah. So if you want to get your master's, oh wait, I read that. The problem is a lot of money part. Yeah. Those who get PhD in the field open their own practices. Not everyone wants to operate a business. You want to own your own practice and want a higher paying clientele than being a doctor would help. It was wild when I was an undergrad at University of Toronto. We had tons of American international students who came to Canada to get their university education because even with the international student tuition fee, it was still cheaper than studying in the US. Yeah, it's so expensive, Crunchwrap. Online counseling? Yeah, maybe. Getting a license is easy. My dogs get one every year. I know, I just had to get them for my dog. PhD tends to be more theoretical. A master's is enough for everyday work, at least in my field. Jarda, what do you do again? Because I thought about getting a degree in psychology. I just think for what I want to do, I feel like I would be happy with the social works master's. At least it's what I'm kind of set on right now. And it's what my teacher, the person that I was working under, it's what she advised me on to do. Hello, Zora, how you doing? Oh, you're a software developer? Thank you, Funkofish, it's very sweet. Like, I could become a physician's assistant as well, I believe. I don't know if you have to have a psychology master's. I think you can get a license as well once you get your master's. But you do have to be careful, because if you want to climb certain ladders, it does matter. Maybe this is a gender stereotype. I've noticed a ton of women study psychology in university. It is a bit of a stereotype, but it's a stereotype because it's true, Crunchwrap. A lot of women do go into psychology. But I think it's a lot of that women are taught from an early age to be more connected with their emotions, to show emotions. So as females grow up, they do tend to be a little more sensitive to that area. And I do think it has the way like you are raised, because men, they do show that boys who are raised the same way with emotional intelligence when they're younger will have about the same emotional intelligence. So it is a lot of the way your child is reared when they're younger. I brought donuts to work to now 10 will have 3 by the time I leave. Ooh, let's go. Downgrade. I mean, grade. I don't know why I said downgrade. Oh my god. It was the red. Oh my god. My name makes associated things. I'm so sorry, Gray. That sounds really good. What kind of donuts? I need more water and air. It legit makes me crazy to see all your potential and how you could do literally anything you wanted in life. If you could just half of what I see in you, even half of nothing, could stop you from conquering the world. I hope so, Dagma. Like, I just want to continue being able to pay rent and supporting my family. Like, that's it. Like, I'll be happy doing whatever. I just want to be able to do that, you know? I got my master's in passing the NCE National Counselor's Examination is a large test where you pay to register yourself in a system. Then you pay to take the test. This is a wall I've hit. We're talking several hundreds of dollars. It's so expensive. Zoro, I would say psychology is hard to achieve depending on the type of classes you take. For me, a lot of the classes were difficult, but pretty, like, reasonably easy. Like, I wouldn't say it's anywhere as near as hard as engineering, but it was surprising to me when I TA'd. And a lot of the kids were failing. Like, that was surprising to me. Or a lot of them found the subject difficult or hard to understand. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it is. I think it depends. I think any subject is easy if you're passionate enough about it. If you're passionate about it, anything comes easy. If you're disinterested in the subject, it's going to be difficult. Zorro, yes. To be a full-time student, I did 12 units a semester. It ridicules that education is privilege in the US. Intelligence is based on your income. I think the US is missing a lot of talents. Yeah. There's so many incredibly smart, intelligent people who could make a difference in this world, who care a lot about the subject, but can't get a job because they don't have that degree, or don't get taken seriously because they don't have the money. But then you have a lot of kids in these systems who have mommy and daddy money and could care less about being there, and are confused why anyone would care about education and go out and party every night. You know, because they have mommy and daddy money. They don't care. Everything's paid for them. They don't have to work. They don't understand what it's like to have to feel like they need to sit there and work for it. Sometimes they do. That isn't everyone, but there was some people in my class. But it's true, Danny. Have you met someone? I know someone who would like wreck their car. I swear they would go through like 3 cars a year and wouldn't care because mommy, daddy buy them a new one. And it's like, what? They just got you a car. They were able to just get you 3 new cars? Like, that's not everyone. My cousin was like that until he went to jail. But that's not everyone. That's what I'm saying. It just sucks that like there is that difference. Where do I get mommy and daddy money? Personally, I feel upset if I scratch. Yeah. If my car even gets a slight scratch, I freak out. Why did the way you said, but it's true. Seems so adorable. Okay, I'm glad it's adorable. Sometimes I feel like I'm being mean. I just need a sugar mommy for real. That's what my friends say now. That I lost my job. That's the first thing they say. You should get sugar daddy. Like, okay. Where do I meet one that won't murder me? And that I don't have to do anything. I don't want to do that. I only need 10 million USD of money and daddy money. I wonder why they don't have that though. I feel so blessed our education's free. That is nice, Oro. Mine got a dimple somehow, and I know it's there. It's like super visible. It is. That's what I was talking about. Oh my god. Watching those game shows. That's what my dad says. My dad says just get a missus degree. Marry some rich doctor or something. But I was like, doctors aren't even rich. They have to be out of residency to even start, and they're probably still paying back all that student debt. It's not where it's at. They don't understand. Yeah, I did get one of those. Didn't get one of those in school. Let's see if I missed anything. Let me go back up. Story in high school. Just rob a bank, obviously. Probably. I was part of a science team and we won the TI-86 calculators every year. I broke every single one of them because I didn't care. And it would get replaced. In college, I ended up buying my own and protected it. Like, it was the one ring. Exactly, Gray. You're like, your perspective changes when, like, you know you need to be there. Like, I think that is one thing that helped me. Is that, like, in school is, like, it mattered a lot to me. I was investing my own time and my own money. And that's what we were talking about on the trip, though. I don't know if you guys were here for that. But we were talking about someone, that I was on the trip with. We go to the Coliseum and they're like, oh, it's just a rock. And they said that for like most of the stuff on the trip. And they're like, oh, it's just this. And they didn't care why, like, they didn't understand why this trip was so important to me. And then I realized, like, oh, they didn't want to be here. Their parents just paid for it and forced them to come. And I'm like, dude, this is like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do something like that again. Like, are you kidding me? Could you potentially move to another country where education is cheaper? Maybe it's cheaper to pay by traveling expenses. That's what they're saying, Dagma. I don't know. I could look at getting my master's in another country now and like studying abroad for a couple years, which would probably be fun. Like move for a couple years to get my master's. Did you feel you learned about the human mind, heart, soul from your psychology major? I've always been curious if psychology majors really learn insightful, valuable stuff. yeah, I did. I personally felt like I did learn a lot, Contrap. What I think was the valuable experience was the amount of research and like learning to put the effort into that and like the dedicated time to that subject. I do feel like I learned a lot about human behavior theories. I feel like I only scratched the surface though. I do feel like I could learn so much more and I could stay for another 20,000 years learning. I feel like the more I learn, the less I know. But yeah, 100%. I do feel like I learned a lot and I did take away a lot. But I feel like it was because I applied myself and, you know, made myself, and I tried to actively apply what I learned, you know, to everyday situations. Which is why they didn't care. Yeah. Learning is something that never stops. If they just don't like the travel, I feel like their parents should have respected that. Yeah. Like, it'll be good for them. It's funny how that works in some girls' mind. If they had money, being a wealthy man or something, why would I just pay you everything because of the sake of it? That's not girlfriend, that's taxes. Because some people do it, Pablo. They do it. There's this girl, Campbell, if you know Pookie on TikTok. She does do content creation, so she makes a lot, but her man be paying everything for her. The value of something earned versus when something handed out is different to some. Education in general in the USA is massively biased towards those with excess money, though. There's the career students from privileged families, and you never know exactly. It's a whole system, brother. It's a whole system. It's like, what are you gonna do? Why wasn't I born Beyonce's child? I really have to pee and get water. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. I'm dying. Okay, hello. I got banana. I love learning, but my quirks got in the way in college. Chelsea just doesn't understand how she's one of the best people in existence, and I can't with the fact that she doesn't know this, that she actually thinks I'm being nice to her when I'm saying it, and no, I just mean and unkind. I'm very aware of her value. I appreciate you, Dagmar. That was very sweet. I appreciate that a lot. It was very, very kind. It's very nice. Very nice to hear. Sometimes, like, bad brain syndrome. The letter K is a substitute for okay. Why people some grandpop wouldn't K-pop be a substitute for okay boomer? It's not me being sweet. Oh my god. I got this, like, banana is so small. I got baby bananas on accident. Okay. We're going to brain rot. Now, if anyone else has anything else to add, it's been too educational. The stream has been too therapeutic. It's average. I mean, this is like the biggest banana I've seen. Sorry. Yeah, I'm wrong. It's fine. Do you know that Miyamoto Musashi won 60 duels between the ages of 13 and 29? I did not. Oh, dyslexia and anxiety. Dyslexia is difficult. Best stream I've ever watched. Too educational is bad for our health. We need some brain rot. That's what I thought. Makes you feel any better? I still feel stupid as when I got here. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. No, full grown banana. Full grown. YouTube. Put the You Are So Phantom Tax videos, brain rot? Okay. You're so Phantom Tax. How dare you call yourself stupid? That's rude. Yes, I know I'm a hypocrite. I love bananas though. Bananas are so good. You're so skibidity. You're so Phantom Tax. Is that the video? Like, what is the actual Phantom Tax video? Sticking your gout, Mickey Mouse? Is it Phantom answers the most webs, most searched? Is there an actual video? Yeah, we go watch some hoarders videos. I always enjoy these kinds of Chelsea. You have learned so much about the field of the study, and the way you explain it is relatable without using complicated words. Thank you, Sonic. I appreciate that a lot, because I know you studied as well. And I would argue you know a lot more than I do, so I do appreciate that a lot. Yeah, give me the link. Nicholas, thank you for the raid. What's good? Thanks for bringing everyone over. Final Fantasy, how is Final Fantasy? I love Final Fantasy Remake. I need to play the Rebirth. I'm scared of those videos. Oh, thank you.
Sticking at Rizzler.
Where did it originate though? Like, do I have an originating video? Yeah, we'll watch the Skibidi toilet. Nicholas, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Get Nicholas a song. Nicholas, you're so sweet. Thank you for being you. You're such a treat. Nicholas, really complete us. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you, Nicholas, for rating us. In university, did you learn how to, like, psychologically decode people? Like in the show Mentalist and Psych? No. I don't think you psychologically learn how to decode people. I think what it is more so is that you learn how people move in the world, especially with sociology. You learn sociology, psychology, and the more you know about trends and behavior, and the more you know what is possible with behavior, the easier you are to predict behavior, if that makes sense. So you're not really ever decoding people. You just have a certain knowledge of like what has been shown, what is shown before, and what is possible, you know? So I want to say you actually decode people. Like you can make judgments about behavior based off past behavior. So when people decode people, you look at past behavior. Yeah. She's totally learned that. She's already decoded all of us. Yeah. I've actually decoded all of you, and I know what you're going to say next. Okay, this will get bad. And I don't know if this is biased or not, but I will learn people so well that I could message them and know what response I would get. So sometimes I would just message someone to see if I would get that response, and I would. And now I like doing it. So sometimes I'll just message people things to see if they respond or say something in the way I think they will. And that's like a little game for me that I do for funsies. And you'll never know. You'll never know when I do it. It'll just happen. You won't even know. Now I'm gonna respond to something weird. It's super fun. Most times. I can guess. No, I don't want to respond to you. Why? I just like to know. Makes sense. Criminal profilers are like that when they help law enforcement identify what suspect. That's what I really wanted to do. I watched a lot of Criminal Minds. And obviously I'm in love with Matthew Gray Gubler. So my dream was moving out to Virginia to be a part of the BSU. And be a part of the behavioral analyst unit. BAU. Sorry, not BSU. BAU. That's what I really want to do. I was like, I'm going to move to Virginia. I'm going to work for the FBI. I am going to become a criminal behavioral analyst. Like, that's what I really wanted to do growing up. Like, and that was like, I have to learn psychology, all that. Like, do all narcissists share similar traits? Like, do they have similar childhood experiences, traumas, or whatever to make them narcissists? So, similar traits, yes. Because that is what it would mean to be classified a narcissist, yeah. But similar traumas and experiences, not exactly. So there is belief that narcissism could be genetic. There is belief that a little bit is genetic, but they believe also some of it does come from, especially having a parent who's narcissistic. And so that's why there's difference though. You have a narcissistic personality disorder. And I believe there are different types of narcissism. Is there, Sonic, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's difference between being narcissistic and having a narcissistic personality disorder. Are those the same? So like those would be different things. I'd have to look that up. They might be the same actually. At this point, I'm pretty convinced I'm a narcissist. People who are narcissistic don't think they're narcissist. Hopefully I'm not the hurting people kind. People who are narcissists don't think they're narcissists. I think that word gets thrown around way too much on the internet nowadays. ADHD as well. ADHD, autism, and narcissism get thrown around way, way, way too much. Willy-nilly. Same with like the idea of what a panic attack is and an anxiety attack. People usually don't know the difference. And they like, we'll talk about it. But to be classified as a narcissist, you have to meet certain criteria, right? People who are narcissists and like their personality really are just like manipulative. And they make you feel bad about yourself if you're not living to serve them. They're very manipulative, very gaslighty. But everyone who has done something who's manipulative or has gaslit someone is not a narcissist. They don't have narcissist personality disorder. Again, you have to meet a certain threshold before it becomes that. We are all selfish to a degree. We all do things for ourselves. We all do things sometimes just to get our way. That doesn't make you a narcissist. Yes, that's the problem is narcissists usually are really outgoing. They're usually really outgoing. They're great with people, which makes it easier for them to get into people's lives. But once they're in their life, it's like, oh, Danny, you didn't text me back. Like, I don't think you don't understand how that feels. Or like, oh, you're gonna go to your sister's graduation said spending the night with me, like, I guess you don't really even, you know, care about me. Like, that's, you know, like, they're just really, really, like, there are some differences. Okay. I'm perfect, entirely selfish. Gaslighting, being great with people is part of the criteria. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Narcissism actually a psychiatric disorder? No. Because the reason why narcissism is a personality disorder and not, like, full, like, brain-based disorder, is because it's not a mood disorder. It's more about the way you treat others and the way you make decisions. But it's not necessarily, like, depression is, like, actually shown to be something within your brain. Or what they call it, like low serotonin and high, oh my god, high something else. If you have low serotonin, no, I'm forgetting. That's usually like depression. And same with anxiety. A lot of it is actually like chemicals in brains that are misfiring, you're not getting enough of. Personality disorder. A personality disorder is still different. It's still different. Sorry, it's so hard to explain because it's just like certain words. Personality disorders are a disorder when it becomes a significant impairment to yourself or to others. Other than that, we can all be narcissistic to a degree. You know, we can all show traits that are narcissistic. That doesn't mean you are a narcissist. No, narcissism is a personality disorder. A narcissist can be charming, fun-loving, and somewhat caring to a degree, but it's usually... Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. Oh. You didn't see that. Anyways, Danny, you're not a narcissist because, well, one, we're friends, and I don't feel like you've ever tried to manipulate me. People who are narcissists have to get their way. They have to get their way, and if they don't get their way, they're gonna make you feel bad about it. If you feel hurt by, like, say, I feel hurt, like you did hurt me. Like you did something and it made me feel uncomfy, or like I feel like you hurt my feelings. You're gonna double back and you're gonna make me feel bad about feeling bad. You know? Okay, here we go. Let me explain this. Narcissism is a trait, while narcissistic personality disorder is a mental illness and a type of personality disorder. While some people may casually use the term narcissist to describe someone who is self-centered, boastful, and attention-seeking, narcissistic personality disorder is more severe and persistent. People with NPD may display a pattern of behavior that affects all areas of their lives, including relationships, work, and school. These behaviors can make it difficult or impossible to form relationships with others. They have unreasonably high sense of their own importance. They need and seek too much attention and want people to admire them. People with this disorder lack the ability to understand or care about the feelings of others. So that's the big thing. Oh yeah. Depression is low dopamine and low serotonin. Mania is high dopamine and high serotonin. Did you learn about narcissist myth and psychology in the original narcissist? No, I didn't. I didn't take a lot of history and psychology. I took as little as that as possible. I wasn't super interested. Because I feel like that was stuff I could learn like on my own for funsies. Because there's other interesting classes. Oh, hello, yeah. Contrap. Hi, fangirl. So, 5-hour podcast of a criminal professor in Spain talking about things like Chelsea's explaining. Psychopaths, you can have some psychopath behaves, but considered a psychopath, you have to meet degrees. Well, yeah. And psychopath isn't something you can actually be diagnosed with. Psychopath is a cultural term. Same like narcissistic traits. Was there a little banana left and I didn't eat it? Wait. There was. yeah, they did have, so they do have favorite person, Smell Goldfish. We did learn about that. Here, let me pull something up for you guys. Let me pull something up. I need to turn the music down for myself. I can't think. Do you guys want to go over the personality disorders? Oh, those kids were disrespectful. What happened? Greek myth is really fun as a actually living religion for a really long time. You're welcome, Zora. I hope it's helpful. Google. Is it Google Sheets? Google Slides. No, this is brain rot. We're still gonna brain rot. The wording can be confusing, which is why it's translated to people who have studied the field or even interacted with someone who has NPD or is a narcissist. Again, a lot of people have narcissistic traits. You know, again, you might see someone who's boastful, attention-seeking, like, oh, they're so narcissistic. But they misattribute that as to self-centered, okay? Very different. Which you can say, like, sure, they'll do that. But it's not the same as having NPD. Like, I promise you, you will know the difference. Like, people in those situations and in those relationships, especially in romantic relationships and friendships, it's so incredibly, it can be very toxic and very harmful to like the, you know, people going through it. It can definitely be a lot. Okay. Some people want to conflate NPD with NPD. They're not really the same. Some people can describe as being egotistical. Yeah. And same, okay, so panic attacks. A lot of people, I use it too. We use it very, very loosely. Okay, two things. Sorry. Misconceptions that people use in online that will annoy someone who studies psychology or any psychologist. Two things that people do online. They'll casually say, I'm having a panic attack, when they're actually describing anxiety or an anxiety attack. So a panic attack, you have no idea what's causing panic. Panic attacks don't have any necessary triggers. Yes, maybe it's triggered by stress or something, but like you wouldn't know why you're having it. It'll be sudden. It will feel like you're dying. Your heart starts to race. People like have trouble breathing. They go to the hospital. They legit feel like they're dying. That is a panic attack. You have no idea. There's no tie to the trigger. That is what's classified as an actual panic attack. Everything else is anxiety or an anxiety attack. You have a lot of the same symptoms. When I have bad anxiety attacks, my lips get really dry, my mouth gets dry. I have vomited from anxiety attacks. I have like dry fingertips. I shake, I sweat. But I usually know why. I usually know what's causing it. Maybe it's irrational, but I know what generally is causing it. So that would be the difference between that. That gets thrown around everywhere. Panics are what Tony Soprano got in The Sopranos. Yeah, panic disorder is really, really scary. And you just go through that constantly. Someone gets panic attacks is not a fun thing. I didn't feel like I'm having a heart attack. Yeah, you do. My mom's friends were over and those kids were asking rude questions. Oh, I hate that, fangirl. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. Toned, thank you for 6 months. Oh my god. I didn't reset the app, Toned. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Welcome back into the hilltop. And he explained that psychopathy is not a mental illness. It's a personality. So that's why we must judge these serial killers like the rest of people. Not like people should send in a psychiatric institution. So they're completely aware about what they do. They know that those things are bad, but they don't care. And that they even enjoy that. But that's entering the sadistic part. A lot of famous serial killers like have antisocial personality disorder. And so most of the time when you're famously talking about psychopaths, they're actually alluding to what is known as antisocial personality disorder, which is different from having a social anxiety. Very different things. Again, that's why it's confusing. It gets tied up. The myth of the narcissist is classic tale of vanity and self-absorption. Here's the just unbelievably handsome Narcissus, the son of river god and nymph, was renowned for his beauty. Prophecy foretold he would live in a long life. He never knew himself. Echo's unrequired love as nymph and named Echo, cursed to only repeat the last words spoken to her, fell for Narcissus, but his ignorance led to him rejecting his advances. Heartbroken, Echo faded away, leaving her echoing voice. Witnessing the cruelty, the goddess Nemesis took revenge. She lured Narcissus into a pool of perfectly still surface. Gazing into the water, Narcissus became entranced by his own reflection, mistaking it for another beautiful being. Fatal obsession, unable to reach and touch the object of his desire, Narcissus fell into deep despair. He pinned away by the pool, eventually dying from his own self-inflicted obsession. In some version, he takes his own life. Narcissists will do that too, man. Yeah, they'll threaten their own life if you're not giving them what they want. I want to watch Sopranos, but I also don't want to pay another streaming service. What's Sopranos on? What did Grace say? Female, if I ever did anything 100%, would have been on a pike and had to wait for her to make a mistake and insult me to get out. Panic attack serious because some people might start breathing so heavily it might cause punctured lungs. Yeah, Zoro, it could be scary. That happened to you? No. Your boss had a few panic attacks, Side? What was Gray talking about? Gray, I've heard about your situation. Definitely sound like a narcissist. Or someone with the narcissist personality disorder, unfortunately. On HBO Max. Let me go to this presentation. I think I went over this one point or another. Okay. So this is me and my fellow teaching assistants made this. It's a little PowerPoint presentation about personality disorders. We would get orders from him in a hospital about a few times. Oh no, that's so sad. Yeah, panic disorder is super scary. Saw a YouTube video about serial killers, Sean Sellers. Much of the information about his life showed that he had narcissistic personality disorder, as well as possibly having frontal lobe injury from being a linebacker in high school, and possibly abuse at home. All these started coming out just for his execution. For the longest time was poster child for satanic panic. Yeah, there is a lot of research with frontal lobe, because that's where a lot of your cognitive, abilities come from, is your frontal lobe. Yeah, I was not supposed to stream, Fangirl. I have a table read tomorrow, so we moved it to today. Taran, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, let me see. What's up with the Americans and your obsession with true crime documentaries? It's fun. I don't know. They're fun to learn about. I think humans in general, not just Americans, but humans in general are obsessed with the unexplained. That's why we create conspiracy theories. We create rationales. We create superstitions. We are very, very obsessed with what we don't know. And so I think serial killers, even though they're a very small population, it piques that interest of like, okay, what is driving someone to do that? How can an ordinary person do this? Or same with like, ghost stuff or aliens. Like, people want to know. You have a heart attack in your kidney too many times? Taran, what's going on, brother? It's very sweet that you think that, Dagma. I appreciate it. I've been having such bad self-esteem with my side profile, man. I need to get over it. That's one thing I'm trying to overcome. I'm like trying so hard to work on. I can't. One day. One day. Okay. I literally had to send a photo of my side profile, and I legit had an anxiety that I was going to lose the job over it. And I was like, oh my god. I'm back. I'm actually sad a meeting happened. This is a discussion I would have wanted to be available for. Well, if you ever want to watch back, the Bob is there. The Bob is there. A PowerPoint. Yes. Welcome to my PowerPoint. Okay. Personality. What is personality? It is uniquely expressed characteristics that influence behaviors, emotions, thoughts, and interactions. Personality traits are particular, predictable, and flexible characteristics. Personality disorder is an enduring, rigid pattern of inner experience and outward behavior that leads to significant problems and psychological pain for self and others. Well, appreciate that side. I appreciate that a lot. It's a nice way to put it. I've watched crime documentaries for over 10 years and I always learn something new about why people commit these crimes. I needed water. It's 3 a.m., Talrin. I'm gonna get some seepies. Get some seeps. Okay. Personality disorder. Checklist. What is a personality disorder? The individual displays a long-term, rigid, and wide-ranging pattern of inner experience and behavior that leads to dysfunction in at least 2 of the following realms: cognition, emotion, social interactions, and impulsivity. The individual's pattern is significantly different from one's usually found in his or her culture. The individual experiences significant distress or impairment. The obsession with serial killers, aliens, conspiracy theories is more prevalent in American culture. I can see that. I don't know what about it is American-based specifically. But I don't know. I don't know why Americans do half the stuff they do. No sleep here. I usually do 6 a.m. sleep and 8 a.m. wake up to work. Oh my god, what? What? There's also a thing that this professor talked about. Why do you like this dark stuff? And he explained that it's an ancestral thing in the attraction of the evil, knowing about the monsters that live within us. In the ancient times, people enjoyed to know stories about these monsters, dragons. Now it brings chills knowing the serial killers. Yeah. Thank you, Lucian. I appreciate it, but it's still not my side profile. Because there's a reason I don't ever like anything of my side profile being taken a photo. It's an aura, bro. Oh my god. Oops. Okay. What is personality disorder? Personality disorders, individuals are distinguished by their inflexibility or inability to alter their behaviors or perceptions, despite contradictory environmental feedback or adverse consequences that occur time after time. So these are things that they're not really able to change. They know that, they may or may not know that it is affecting them, affecting their lifestyle, but they don't change it. Also, extra information, some panic attacks can be caused by chronic and constant exposure to stressful environmental factors. Yes. Yeah, there will usually be like, if you're under a lot of stress, people tend to have those panic attack triggers, but you don't exactly know why or why it happened at that moment. I had a panic attack one time and yeah, it just happened randomly. I was just sitting there and like felt like I was dying. I just find true crime popularity to be creepy because it creates this morbid cult of celebrity around serial killers. That I don't like. I did go to a horror convention and what I do not like when I go there, I do not like seeing merch made with serial killers on them. I don't personally think you should be buying shirts, bags. I don't think you should be idolizing them in any way. I do think it's great to get the knowledge. I don't think you should be buying merch. Like, that's weird. Whenever we meet, I'll take my camera with me. Can I take pics of you? Because I can get pixels and I'll show you. Sure. I do like photos. I do like taking photos though. Just something you yourself need to get over no matter if people tell you a different matter. Yeah, that's true side. Just like, oh my god, I have a double chin, or like when I smile, I have a double chin, or like when I turn to the side, I'm like on my nose. I'm like, literally, if anyone ever looks at my side profile and looks at my nose, they're just gonna like vomit. Oh my god, I watched the Quiet on Set documentary, and that guy that got arrested for assaulting a minor, he had John Wayne, an art picture signed by John Wayne Gacy. Like, he actually had like a clown photo signed by John Wayne Gacy and was pen pals with him and was messaging him. That's so weird. That's so scary. So scary. Thank you, Danny. Thank you. Who? I forget his name, but it was one of the guys who worked a lot on a lot of the shows on Nickelodeon. He was their speech. He was the dialogue coach. And he ended up, what's it called? Getting charges against him. It wasn't Jan Schneider. It was a different guy. This is a guy that unfortunately abused Drake Bell. Brian Peck. Yes, Brian Peck. Yeah, then he got hired by Disney. And what was scary was all of the actors and stuff who sent in letters of support for this guy. That was pretty scary. We don't know if they knew what he did, but the fact that they like came to support that guy, like what's the guy from Sonic? And in jury duty? Yeah, but this was a while back, Lucian. I don't know, I don't think it's been longer than 30 years. Maybe it has now, but this was a while ago. This was in the 90s. 90s, early 2000s. But when he was in prison, he had letters written, like, and a painting from him. Oh my god, what's the guy who's in Sonic? He wrote a letter to support Brian Pack. And like, I was like, ew. Egghead? No, James Marsden. James Marsden. Yeah. Did you learn about traumatic bonding? Yeah, I know a little bit about traumatic bonding. Yeah, James Marsden. Egghead? That egg guy. The Weeknd. But him, I think, oh my god, what's his name? Blurred, the guy who did that Blurred Lines song. Yeah, the fan base wasn't happy with him after they found that out. Good. They shouldn't be. Robin Thicke, yeah, Robin Thicke wrote letters. Yeah, him. Blurry line guy. Okay. Okay, if a person chooses to act and think in a particular manner that continuously brings broad social or occupational difficulty and rejection, and one persists in dealing with the world in this manner across many contexts, then a personality disorder may be present. Eric from Boy Meets World too. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people. It was really, really gross. It happened with Narcos and Pablo's Escobar seeing t-shirts with his face around. Narcos was a big thing, just gets on my nerves. But it's a show. Okay, so the show I'm like fine with. Like Breaking Bad. You know, like I have a meth barrel mug. Do I support like meth and stuff like that? No. Or like Heisenberg. Like he did bad stuff. But like pop culture stuff, sure. You know, like I have Jason merch. He's a serial killer. I have a lot of horror merch, but not real serial killers. Like I think it's different when it's like there's a difference, you know? If he's a real person that killed more than 3,000 people. Pablo worship goes back way before the shows. Oh, is Pablo Escobar a real person? Or what are you talking about? Oh. Fro just cooked so many people, that's the truth. Oh yeah, Oppenheimer. Oh. Is he the drug lord? Sorry, I thought you were just talking about a guy from Narcos. Okay, that's different, yeah. That is different. Again, if it's a real person, it's different. Guy who played Hyde in that Sunday show had several of his coworkers from the show testify him in court. Ew. Colombian drug lord. Bye night, take care. So the point where every underage actor, influencer, model, gymnast, Sunday school student needs to be armed bodyguard with them at all times. Yeah, it could be scary. It could be scary, Crunchwrap. Yeah. I still remember working on a Nickelodeon commercial. And on the Nickelodeon, on a Disney commercial. Yeah, I was on a Disneyland commercial. And I was working with a younger, like, me and this boy, like, were paired together. And we're supposed to be, like, a little couple at Disneyland. And someone asked if, like, asked her, like, I don't know if it was, like, a PA or who it was at the time, but, like, oh, can we have them do this? And they can just go make it out and do other stuff on, you know, for, like, all I care. And, like, would say that, like, right in front of us, like, talking about, like, stuff they would, like, laughing about stuff they would have us do, like, on camera. And I just, like, looking back on it, I was like, oh, they're just joking, and, like, you're young, so you, like, laugh along. But now, like, looking back on it, it's like, oh, yeah, it was a little weird. I was, like, 14. We were both, like, 14. Like, and the adults were, like, you know, talking to us like that. Which, like, you know, maybe being like, I don't know if I was like consider being like a little sensitive towards it now, but I'm like looking back on it, I'm like, maybe don't say stuff like that, you know? Or when that casting director tried to like get me to go see a movie with him, I was definitely like 17. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have so many stories like that. I've had someone accidentally touch me like inappropriately while trying to mic me. Like, you go through a lot of stuff as like a younger person in that field, and there's not, again, like if you guys watch that documentary, it did feel a lot like that. Like, you don't, there's nothing you do and there's nothing you feel like you can do, because what are you gonna do? Like, you're young and you want that job and you're there and like this is a dream come true for you, and like what are you gonna do when the adults start saying like inappropriate stuff or something? Like, you laugh along. The amount that kids under 18 and exploited in Hollywood is disturbing. The amount of people in the trade that see it as okay is messed up. Yeah. They make you do so much work. I don't like this. Work in exchange for money. Yeah, I can't believe it, Gray. That's insane. I know just a little too much about what many child actors go through, and someone who is not a child actor, like Corey Haim or Corey Feldman. Laugh along. Never felt so bad. Yeah. Anyways, I thought it was crazy that Brian Peck was writing to John Wayne Gacy so much that he had gotten a painting. And we don't know if this is like before he was even like, if it was before he was in prison. Like, it opens up so many more questions to me about that case. A couple of child actors felt the same way. They talked back. They would never work in Hollywood again. A lot of comedy shows from Nickelodeon's 90s, 2000s have aged very poorly, even more after that documentary. It's, yeah. It is difficult. Again, you know, you don't feel like you have the power. You don't. I feel like now we are in a better place, but at the time, yeah. Wubs, no. I cannot trust that. I'm so sorry. Some people are just, I don't know. I have no faith with certain percent of the population. Yeah, people will just be saying stuff, and it's like, they don't care how it affects other people or what they say. Passmore's just a drug lord. He was a terrorist. He even put bombs rambling Colombia to influence the elections. He killed a lot of innocent people, and despite that, I could enjoy the show, even though I didn't watch it. When you put the face and the real terrorist on shirts and sell it and buy it under the excuse of its character from a show, to me, it's humiliating for the people that suffered the reign of terror. Yeah, I can understand that. I didn't know he was like the main person in the show. You're also a better place because your age, you won't stand for certain things anymore. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, is like, in that industry, like, you say no to things, you don't. I had this one director had me audition for their movie. It was a role where I was playing a young, I was going to be playing like a young, like, prostitute, essentially. And I was just like, hey, I know this, like, what this, like, role is. I'm fine with, like, what it means. I don't want to do nudity, though. Like, no nudity. I'm not doing nudity. I'm 18 years old. It's not something I'm interested in. It's not something I'm comfortable with, right? I audition. I get the part. They come back, and they're like, oh, you know what? So we are actually thinking about having a scene. They always do this. They always do this after the fact. It's happened a few times. Happened recently in a show, too. But I was like, well, it's nothing. It's just exposed breasts. Like, it's nothing. And I was like, I call my manager, and I'm like crying, because I'm like, I don't want to do it. And he's like, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. And he's like, I just want you to know, like, you have to understand, you will be turning down, like, roles as you get older, and you're turning down nudity. I was like, I understand. I just really don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to do it. Like, please. And they were fine. And then, like, I've never been brought in, like, for another role with that. with those people ever again. So like maybe I'll probably never work for them ever again. But it's just something you have to accept. And it is something I'm personally willing to accept. Because if it makes me uncomfortable, and at the end of the day, I'm not going to be proud of the work that I'm putting out, then that, you know? So the other one was, I was doing a play, and I specifically said before, because I know they're very famous for doing nudity there, and I'm like, that's fine. I don't want to do the nudity. I'm fine being in it. I'm fine if there's nudity in the show. I personally do not want to do it. We get there, and they're like, do you guys just mind? I was like, no. Can you just wear a gown, like, open to the back? I was like, no. I'm wearing shorts. I'm wearing shorts under it. And a tank top. Like, I'll wear shorts and a sports bra. Like, that's fine. I'm wearing a hospital gown. I don't need to be nude under. Like, I can wear, like, I don't even mind wearing, like, nude shorts. And Crocs, yeah. And Crocs. It's like, I don't want to do it. And I said no. And they get, like, they try to pressure you. They do. And it's just like, okay, I don't care if you don't want to work with me anymore. I don't care if I'm being difficult. Like, you're stepping over my boundaries. But for a lot of people, like, if that's your dream and that's what you want to do, and even just say if it's something that makes you uncomfortable, you're going to do it. Because you want to make it. You want to get there, you know? I honestly thought it was, like, untasteful anyways. Like, I didn't think there was a purpose for it. Socks with Hello Kitties on them? Yeah. It's why, unfortunately, people fall for a trap. And, like, it's fine. It's fine if, like, people are comfortable, but I'm just saying if you're not comfortable with it and I did it, it's probably something I would regret. I think I would regret it because I know me and I know what I'm comfortable with. Like, and I know, especially at that time at 18, like, I wasn't comfortable with that. Like, that just wasn't me. And it sucks that you have to, like, risk maybe not ever working with them again or something because they can't respect your boundaries or what you feel, you know? Surely they're not infinite amount of people that would be willing to do this work. Why would they need to push it on the ones who don't want it? Yeah, there's a lot of people who are willing to do it and, like, are open and comfortable. And that's who those roles should go to. Because they're going to feel better about it. You know? You should be forced to do something you're uncomfortable with. Thank you, Scott. They're going to pull out nonsense. You don't want to work for them. We have a journalist, female TV show host, and we're giving Speechless Media award show. She was filming about an episode that happened at our channel 1. I think 20, they're at this event that some older bosses, somebody being very influential. He told her, if you're not coming with me or a more quiet place, I'll ruin your career. Fortunately, she refused. The speech reignited the Me Too wave in Denmark. Wow. That's so sad. Let me see. With things are like, dude, that's not the... Yeah, like, I don't want to. She hosts our version of X Factor? Damn, that's crazy. But it's like, there's a lot of people who are out there willing to do that work and are comfortable with their bodies enough, like, and they want to do it. Like, and that's awesome. More power to them. They can take the role. But that doesn't mean, like, you should shame others for not wanting to do it. Or pressure them to do it. However, you're standing your ground and holding true to your morals and the values you created. Yeah. Like, fortunately, there have been consequences. That's good. But no, you gotta do what you gotta do. I just don't think anything is worth, like, I already have such low, like, self-esteem. I think that probably would just, like, shatter it more. Just, like, okay, I give into another thing I didn't want to do. But who knows? Could have been an Oscar winner by now. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. And also, the role didn't play that much. I was like, if I was doing that, this movie has to be like, I'm winning an Oscar, first of all. Okay? And y'all paid me a lot of money. It was not that big of a film. It was an indie film. Not paying that much. Like, I need a lot more money, and I'm like Anne Hathaway. I'm winning my Oscar for this. All right? I'm winning my Oscar. Like, it's not buying me a house. It's not paying off my parents' debt, then I'm not taking it, you know? You'll be Oscar winner without doing anything you don't want to do. I know this in my heart. I don't know how it works in America, but I'm an actor in Canada. Canadian actors could easily report sexual partners to our union. So, Contrap, you can. But I think that's what the problem here is, the culture around it. So we're talking about that, like, with the Quiet on Set thing, is like, so a lot of those writers, I don't know if you watch Quiet on the Set. Hi, James, how you doing? Welcome in, thank you for the follow. A lot of the actors on the set, the writers, there was 2 female writers for the show, and they talk about a lot of the weird stuff that, like, Dan Schneider and the men in the room would say and make them do. And Dan would, like, threaten, like, you're never gonna work on this town again. He's a very connected person. So sometimes you go through things and you think, like, oh my God, they're gonna tell people to never work with me. Like, you get scared. Like, so it makes sense, you know? There's big things of retaliation against reporters and other whistleblowers. I would imagine the entertainment industry is one of them. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, if you're going against anything that is the bigwigs, then it just takes, like, a movement to get that started. And it can be a very terrifying thing to be that person. So I just feel like, yeah, you're gonna be blacklisted. So I feel like there's a lot of that, like, culture. I feel like, again, we're getting better today. This is all stuff, like, early 2000s. I feel like it used to be worse, especially further back you go, it's probably worse. Because people are just not standing for it anymore. And they talk about how the Me Too movement actually, like, was a big supporter in, like, actually people going to report Dan and stuff. People think Boeing quite literally murdered someone for reporting the design faults in their planes. What? Even good people put in positions of power usually corrupts. It's really scary what happens when people lose their guiding voice to tell them that's not allowed. The money says it's only fine if we do this wrong. Things we can write it off. Yeah, and it's in every industry. I feel like you talk back, like, it's people of power, then they don't like it. They don't like it. You know what I mean? Sorry. Okay. They keep tangenting. I don't know how we got here. Some people are bad, some people are good. Most people are good. Don't get distracted by the bad. You know, most people are good. Most people are really cool, you know. Having multiple Boeing whistleblowers died recently, really? When did you win an Oscar? We'll be able to go to an interview you just and I can get your autograph and your movie poster? Dude, if I won an Oscar, that'd be insane. I don't know if I'm a good enough actor, though, to ever win an Oscar. I want to be that good of an actor. One day. That's why nearly all wealthy have considerable amount of others suffering under them. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is dying. Don't get distracted by the bad. No, that's not true, Lucian. I told you, you cannot say that. You have to knock it off. You are that good enough. Thank you. You can always improve. I could improve. I have 2 auditions this week. My brain is starting to rot. I'm starting to get hungry. If we stay on a little longer, I might take a small snack break. Okay. Prevalence. Okay, hold on. You have plenty of roles. I think good enough already. Yeah, there's always room for improvement. Could always get better. Just put me on The Devil Advocate. I can kind of see what they try to tell you. Sadly, a lot of big female actresses had to do movies where she showed nudity. So being innocent here myself, maybe they thought your position would hold your career back. But again, you did absolutely fine. You need to put your limits, as Winston Churchill said, principles are nothing until they cost you something. Yeah, like my manager and I had that talk. They said it would definitely cost me roles or make it limited, but it's something I'm willing to accept. The movie is being filmed, like, unless it's like the biggest movie ever, but I can't imagine what that would even be, you know? Or like what that role would be, or why. When it, like, or if they couldn't at least like be tasteful enough to film around it. Like, because they will make changes. Like, they'll just show your back, or, you know, stuff like that. Like, they'll make changes. to it. If it is enough. Not unless it's something like the director really wants. The movie is being filmed in my hometown when posting audition calls. The PDF was very detailed, having a list of things that the actor would be doing his character to get the part. I don't know if they did on Hollywood auditions, but I think it's a great way to tell actors wanting to audition what they'll do on set. Yeah, they do, Ash Guy. They do. But I asked specifically and they said no, and then came back with it, which is like, oh my god. Don't be pressured to do scenes if you don't want to. Julia Roberts never did nude scene, neither has Rachel McAdams. And Post Me Too sexual predators in the film industry can easily be named and shamed on social media. Yeah. Most best actors get rejected thousands of times before getting the role that allowing them to fame. It's like the episode in Glee where Rachel had to film a role, but she had to be nude at first. She wanted to do it, and later she talked about her friends and decided it's not a good idea. Has there been a case yet with the CGI nudity against someone's wishes? What? I don't think so. In film, no. There's a lot of deep fakes that go around the internet. I know there's some ones of, there's some deep fakes. Going around. I forget when it was. There was someone made a deep fake of me and my friends, like, pretty recently. I think was when all, like, the Twitch streamers were getting deep fakes made. But not in the movie industry, at least. Have you heard about Basic Instinct story? Sharon Stone did a scene nude, but was told that her nudity wasn't shown on screen. It actually was. She slapped the director across the face when she found out. Damn. That's so, yeah, like, why would you do that? I won't do the scene, but one of my chat members, Brand, will do a stand-in. He's a broad-shouldered, short-haired man, but his hair color is roughly the same from the back, so you can't tell the difference. I've seen a few movies or shows that actually require it. What shows that require it? Yeah, or they'll use a body double. I still don't feel like a body double is helpful, because I feel like a body double, it's still, people think it's you. And so I don't really understand the, we'll get a body double thing. Maybe you just know it's not you, but deepfake thing is way too easy to do now. I'm glad people are doing it facing criminal charges. I don't like the manager would say, I mean, he's being honest. I think he's being honest, Crunchrat. Like, I think that is just like truthful. Because there'll be like auditions and they'll come up and they'll say requires this, will require this, requires this scene, require action scene. Even if it's a stunt scene, they say require heavy effects makeup. They do let you know beforehand. And so like when we submit, we just don't submit for that stuff. And he didn't mean it to be like mean or whatever. We just talked about it at the time when that thing came up. But he's like, obviously doesn't care. But I know someone similar size shape, so it's enough they can get away with it. I worked in film entertainment industry, but the director rights have to make a last minute changes to the script. There's probably something went horribly wrong. Yeah, the body double has like a way better body than me, then like, yeah, maybe hire them. That has to be the rule though. If you're getting a body double, they have to look better than you. That just needs to be the rule. Okay. Prevalence, guys, are we learning still or no? Are we still learning? This is a very long document. I'm getting hungry, so we need to go through this. You want to double for someone because you swam faster? That's true. I've done a lot of body double work. But mainly because they need them to do something that they can't do, like swimming or some sort of activity. Sorry, I have a way off topic. Is working at Target a good idea? Working at Target is probably a good idea if you need the money. And it's a good way to get experience on your resume. So yes, and overall, it's a good idea. Bad ideas, like why would it be a bad idea is that one, it's like a customer service job and you're working with people. But I do think it's an invaluable experience and you don't have to work there forever. You can work there for a little bit and then quit. And then take the experience elsewhere. So maybe it is a good idea. Okay, prevalence. 6 to 15% of the US population may meet criteria for personality disorders at some point in their life. It is estimated that 80% of individuals with personality disorders do not seek treatment for their PD. It affects around 15% of US population at some point in their life, and 75% of people with these disorders typically have at least one condition coexisting with another psychological disorder like anxiety or depression. I was a body double for Jamie Dornan in 50 Shades of Grey. I was a body double for Channing Tatum in Magic Mike, not to brag. Prognosis. Personality disorders are considered chronic conditions that are highly resistant to change. Personality disorders worsen the prognosis for any coexisting psychopathological conditions. Major depression disorder usually has a good prognosis as individuals with this diagnosis respond to a variety of treatments like meds, cognitive behavioral therapy, and other therapies. However, if the depressed person also is diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, they often will not respond as completely or quickly to treatment of their depression. I was a body double for Jabba the Hutt. He stole the role from me. It's a body double for Shrek. Comorbidity. Common. 75% of people have coexisting. Mood disorders are borderline and histrionic. Anxiety disorders are schizotypical, avoidant, dependent. Substance use disorders with antisocial, paranoid, borderline, and histrionic. And eating disorders with borderline and histrionic. All right, age. In Spain, where they recorded Game of Thrones, I knew people that were being cast as background female characters, semi-naked, being paid 1,300 euros, and there are people fighting it to get the roles. I think as well, our manager was only being truthful towards her. Sad we live in a world, not a world we want to. Yeah, exactly, Pablo. You do miss out on, like, some roles, but again, it is what it is. I don't think my end-all goal in life is to be, like, the world's best, like, actor or renowned actor. I just love acting. And I love the way I feel when I get to be on a set and when I get to film. But it's not worth, like, the mental gymnastics I would have to go through knowing if I did something that made me uncomfortable. You know? But I don't know. Maybe I'll change. Maybe I'll be like 30, 40 and be like, yeah, whatever. I'll do whatever. But right now, that's not it, you know? You love not being yourself? Yeah, I do. I do love not being myself. Okay, age restrictions. Should not be disordered until 18. Personality traits are not thought to be set and stable until then. Specifically for antisocial personality disorder, you have to be 18 to be diagnosed with the antisocial borderline personality disorder. Sorry, not borderline. Antisocial personality disorder. You must have met the criteria for conduct disorder by 15. Conduct disorder is where individuals show signs early and may be diagnosed with conduct disorder as a child or teen. I don't think they wrote that right. But conduct disorder is like a lower version of antisocial personality disorder. They just don't want to give that disorder right away. But in order to get antisocial, you've had to have conduct disorder by 15. So this had to be shown throughout childhood. When you're older, if you're ever okay with whatever, then that's another subject. The problem is not really what you're doing, but if you're actually okay with it. Exactly. It's ageist. Age of onset. By adolescence, early 20s. Personality disorder generally recognized by this time and are characteristics of most adult life. Okay. Clusters. Do whatever if you're not harming anyone, you're actually okay with it. Exactly. You have to be okay with it. You have to be okay with it. Like, I don't know if I can do a thing, but yeah, you just have to be like fine with what you're doing and comfortable with it. Because if you're not comfortable with it, then no, it's a no-go. Okay, so we have different clusters. We have cluster A, which is odd, cluster B, dramatic, and cluster C, anxious. Cluster A, this is odd personality disorders. People with odd PDs display behaviors similar to, but not as extensive as schizophrenia. These behaviors include extreme suspiciousness, social withdrawal, and peculiar ways of thinking and perceiving things. Such behaviors leave the person isolated. They're paranoid, characterized by deep distrust and suspicion of others, limited close relationships, cold and distant, excessive trust in own ideas, abilities, critical of weakness and fault in others, and experienced by 4.4% of the US population, more common in men than women. So we have some explanations for this. The psychodynamic theoretical explanation is linked to patterns of early interactions with demanding parents. Cognitive behavioral is tied to broad maladaptive assumptions, and biological model is to genetic causes. Treatments for psychodynamic would be object relations therapy, behavioral anxiety reduction and interpersonal problem solving improvement, cognitive development of more realistic interpretations of the words and actions of others, and biological antipsychotic drug therapy. Never compromise your integrity values, especially as some people perverts trying to pressure you. Exactly. Like, I don't do it. I'm not doing it. Okay? Cluster A. So, the first one we have... Oh, wait. So that was paranoid. This was paranoid personality disorder. So, I want you guys to keep in mind for schizoid and schizoid typal, when we talk about these, they are not related to schizophrenia. Only one of these are. And that is schizotypal. These are different. All of these are different from what's it called? From schizophrenia. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, Lucian. Heading out to an escape room right now. Bye, Scott. Please take care. I hope you have a good night, and I hope you escape. So just keep that in mind. Very different. So schizoid personality disorder is characterized by persistent avoidance in social relationships, little demonstration of emotions, individual focuses primarily on self, and is generally unaffected by praise or criticism. Preference for being alone, poor social skills, there's lack of intimacy interest, and often marital or family problems because they don't know really how to express that like romance or intimacy side of things. It's present in 3.1% of the US adults, slightly more common in men than in women. Okay, so theoretical explanations for this. Psychodynamic, rooted in unsatisfied need for human contact, unaccepting or abusive parents. Cognitive behavioral is tied to deficiencies in thinking, inability to pick up emotional cues, language, and motor skill delays. Treatments would include object relations therapy for behavioral, social skill, education, role-playing, exposure techniques, group therapy, cognitive presenting and invoking memories and pleasurable experiences, and biological drug therapy. It provides limited help. Why does this sound normal? So again, a lot of these can sound like you. That's the psychology student disorder, or like any medical student disorder, when you read about something and you attribute it to yourself. Again, we can all be a little bit with poor social skills, be unaffected a little bit, but these are actually affecting themselves or others. So remember, you want to go back to the top of this list. It's an enduring rigid pattern of inner experience and outward behavior that leads to significant problems and psychological pain for self and others. So when we're talking about this and we're talking about schizoid, you know, again, so like they have family and marital problems. So when you're with your significant other, like a big part of that is intimacy. And maybe if your partner wants more intimacy and you can't like ever show that, or they want kids and they can't show that, it causes problems. Or poor social skills. Maybe you're in a job that requires you to be very front forward and like talking to people all the time. That's not going to be the best job for them, and they're going to face a lot of problems. They could get laid off. So, and like the avoidance of relationships and emotions can just cause a lot of turmoil in friendships and stuff. So this is when it becomes a problem. And when someone in therapy would like maybe start working on this and working on like, again, like the treatments, object relations, social skills education. You know, so that's when you start going to therapy and you start working on those things. Paranoid is also hard because it's a deep distrust and suspicion. Big thing about schizoid personality, like they're not paranoid. So that's a big difference. They're not paranoid. And the big difference from like paranoid and having paranoid delusions, they're not having delusions. They're just paranoid, but they're not having delusions, which is a sign of schizophrenia. And some other things. But you can have paranoid delusions, but they don't have delusions. There's no delusions present in any of these, except maybe schizotypal, but I don't think so. Avoidance of emotions is the best things. Like one and only X, we were together for 4 months. Well, if you guys do think like any of these sound like you, giving you guys the explanations and maybe treatments if you want to think about seeking different types of therapy for it. There's psychodynamic, behavioral, cognitive, and it says biological doesn't really help. So going to someone who does psychodynamic therapy or behavioral, I would suggest behavioral or cognitive behavioral. A lot of good research on these, so keep that in mind. Okay, last in cluster A is schizotypical. Schizotypical is one of the schizophrenia spectrum disorders. It runs in the same family, maybe a milder genetically linked version of schizophrenia. It's characterized by a range of interpersonal problems marked by extreme discomfort, close relationships, odd, bizarre ways of thinking, and behavioral eccentricities. Individuals believe unrelated events pertain to them in important ways, bodily illusions, ideas of reference, or paranoia, magical thoughts. Okay, so again, something to keep in mind about this, no delusions. No delusions at all. Just a little bizarre. Bizarre thinkings, behavioral eccentricities. And out of all of the cluster A's, this is the one you probably notice the most. Like, if you met someone with the other two, you could probably be like, okay, whatever. This one, you would actually be like, there's something a little different. This is the only one of the cluster A that like really showcases. A lot of that is because like the odd, bizarre ways of thinking, like behavioral eccentricities, like stuff like that. They demonstrate difficulty keeping attention, focus, conversations typically digressive and vague, even loose associations, lack of connections between ideas. It affects 1 to 3.9% of adults, slightly more males than females. Theoretical explanation for this is similar factors between schizotypical personality disorder and schizophrenia. Symptoms are often linked to family conflicts and psychological disorders in parents. And schizotypical personality disorder is linked to some of the same biological factors found in schizophrenia, such as high dopamine activity and links to mood disorders, especially in depression, have been found. Treatments: cognitive, recognize unusual thoughts or perceptions, behavioral, speech lessons, social skill training, tips on appropriate dress and manner recognition, and biological. Some patients benefit from low-dose antipsychotic drugs. Hi, Executive. How you doing? Vulcans. I know. Online Learning Psychology 101. I'm Normal Psych 101, dude. Okay. So that is last for that. Next, we have Cluster B. But I will say, B rhymes with P, which I need to do right now. So I will be right back after these messages. Okay, we're back. I got string trees though. I got string trees. I'm so hungry. Stream Elements is high. Grimussy's back. Is the Grimussy back? Got that cheese. Funny thing, a doctor once diagnosed me with schizophrenia, which led to my parents to send me to a couple of more doctors to specialize on that, and the doctor was very, very wrong. How do you misdiagnose schizophrenia? It's true, Sai. You guys are like the definition of enemies to lover book talk romance. I'm here for it. Like, you know? I'm here for it. Like, I want this to blossom. I'm just here to support. Phoenix. You know what? Cancel sub. This is uncalled for. I'm just a shipper, okay? I'm just here. I'm just trying to help facilitate, alright? Who is it? We have Metallica and Bio. We have Ram and Fangirl. That's just gray inside, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. He made a test to me and asked me to make a story, and apparently he expected the story to be about me, and of course it was not at all. I don't know how that tests schizophrenia. Like, you would tell if someone had schizophrenia. You would know. Like, there would be signs. Not that. I think that says more whether you're more an individualistic or collectivistic person, actually. Because if you talk more about others than you do, like, yourself, or when you talk about stories or friends, the way you describe them can kind of show where you sit on that. It's me and my fiance, so no. What does that mean, Zoro? Thank you, World of Fantasy. Thank you for the thank you for the hydration render. D21 Dan. Histrionic is very like, how to explain it? It's a, you'll see. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Stick with me, D21. Stick with me. Could have been a doctor that barely passed, good at marketing, but not so good at being a doctor. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Is this a disease that affects the part of your mouth that supports your teeth? Oh, okay. Stories about aliens. In my defense, I thought they wanted a cool story, not just my lame everyday life. That story's awesome. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, schizophrenia? What the heck? Okay, so cluster B, dramatic. The dramatic personality disorders. These disorders look like dramatic, erratic, or emotional problems. Individuals with these disorders are often impulsive and have difficulty maintaining healthy relationships. Causes are not well understood, and treatments are often ineffective and range to moderately effective. Personality disorders in these clusters are most frequently diagnosed. Antisocial PD and borderline PD have received the most studying. Personality disorders in cluster B include antisocial PD, borderline, histrionic, and narcissistic. Okay, cluster B. This is a big one. So, additional names for this. A lot of people in antisocial PD get called, famously, sociopaths or psychopaths. Usually when people are culturally referring to that, they're referring to someone who has this type of personality disorder. Yeah, there's so much information. Should have been spread out. I didn't make this fully myself. Like, we did all the research together, but we all individually took parts to put it together. Which one am I? All of them. All of them. Sometimes I get a little scared that I have OCPD. I don't know. First question the doctors did was about the story and why it was not about my everyday life. I just answered, you did not ask for my autobiography? To me, a story is just something that doesn't have to be real. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense and doesn't really seem like a valid test. Okay, to be fair, I didn't make this part. I only made these parts. I did some of the research for this, but I did not format it. Okay, that formatting was not me. This is my formatting. Obsessive compulsive personality disorder. I get worried. I don't think I do, but sometimes I think I do. I just manage it enough where it's not a problem. So I wouldn't probably ever get diagnosed with it. Sometimes I'm like, Classic project together. Everyone does their part without any contact with the others until the end. That's not what OCPD is. It is different from OCD. We'll get into that. Let me finish. Sorry, I'm eating my cheese. I'm hungry, okay? I'm eating my cheese. We'll get into it. Okay. Antisocial. It's persistent disregard and violation of others' rights. They're non-conforming to social rules and regulation, non-conforming to boundaries, properties, and other person's rights. Again, you must be at least 18 years old to receive this diagnosis. They lie repeatedly. They're reckless. They're impulsive. And then they have little regard for others, can be cruel, sadistic, aggressive, and violent. They have higher rates of comorbidity with AUD, SUD, which is alcohol use disorder, substance use disorder, or childhood conduct disorder and ADHD. You must meet criteria for conduct disorder at 15 and have high comorbidity with SUDS and ADHD. Most dangerous personality disorder. Again, this is not psychotic. This is not a psychotic disorder. They're not having any delusions, but know what the social norms are and capable of working the system. They lack conscientiousness. Consciousness. Impulsive and seek short-term gratification without thinking about long-term negative consequences. Can choose to act impulsively out of boredom and limited capacity for emotion. Easily engage in cruelty. Superficial, charming, manipulative, and devious. And they're like excellent con men. These are the ones when you hear about people maybe hurting animals, or trying to hurt others, like as like an experiment type of thing. Has certain circle frozen. I know, I did it, Blake. I'm having some cheese. I'm trying. I just being diagnosed with OCPD. Wait, were you just diagnosed with it? I don't know all those letters. I do know CPR though. I hear Bad Moon singing Rising is a banger. The string cheese tastes better when you pull it apart to make it more stringier. But it's the only snack I had. No worries, Sonic. I hope you have a good one. The string cheese, actually, wait, I read that one. Oh, good fish. Woo, I'm not charming. For every disorder needs you be charming, then I'm safe from it all. Like, it tastes better. You have to pull it apart. Orangely familiar. No worries, Zoro. Please take care. Have a good night. Okay. So they can choose to act impulsively out of boredom. We read that. Oh, God. Antisocial PD adult characteristics. Personal distress for individuals who have this PD is limited. Sorry if they're caught and punished rather than suffering they've inflicted. They have the inability to tolerate boredom. Appears to be a driving force for their behavior. They're impulsive, illogical, restricted range of emotion, no empathy, interpersonal difficulties, insensitivity to others, limited capacity for empathy and reciprocity, and acts of violence and criminal acts tend to dissipate after middle age, may just be burnt out, and mildly depressed mood. If this is reported, they're more likely to have better response to medication. So for prevalence, 4 to 6% of men and 1% in women, 4 times more common in men, Overall, it is 3.6% general population, more common among lower socioeconomic classes, and white Americans are more likely than African Americans to receive the diagnosis, 5 times more common among first-degree relatives of males with the diagnosis, and risk to first-degree male relatives of females with the disorder is 10 times that of the general population. If I eat it too fast, I don't pull it apart. So, these are approaches to this: independent dimensions and descriptive approaches, personal dimensions by Cleckley's. Emotional deficient and personality traits are emphasized by absence of anxiety, shame and guilt, lack of emotional depth, intense anger, rage, impulsive, egocentric. Described antisocial PD as sociopaths as intelligent and superficially charming, but chronically deceitful, unreliable, and incapable of learning from experience. Behavioral Dimensions from Robbins et al. 1991 emphasizes observable behaviors, violation of rules and laws, infringe on rights of others, and repeated conflict with authority. How do people even get bored? What even is that? Doesn't have to have a million things to do every day to the point where you need 24. I know, Dagma. I cannot get bored. There's just so much to do. Another relief, I'm also not intelligent. And Newman Hare's 4 factors of antisocial personality traits: interpersonal, superficial, grandiose, and deceitful; affective, lack of remorse, empathy, inability to accept responsibility for misbehavior; lifestyle, impulsive, hedonistic, lack of goals, and antisocial, poor behavioral control and antisocial behavior; violating rights of others, disregard for social norm, and illegal activity. So, etiological models. The biological model says that it comes from genetics, may be linked to particular genes, under arousal, display lower levels of psychological arousal than general population, more likely to engage in sensation-seeking experiences to counteract feelings of boredom that may result in chronic underarousal. Low serotonin activity. Low levels of serotonin have been found, especially with individuals who have high impulsivity and aggression. Brain circuit of dysfunction. The prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, amygdala, hippocampus, and temporal cortex. Dysfunction in these areas is hypothesized to underline ASPD. There are areas that are responsible for behavior, planning, impulsive control, judgment, and decision making, executing behaviors, aggression, empathy. Hi Sean, how are you? I know, same. There's always 20,000 things to do. I need more hours. Sorry, I'm jamming out to music. And also the cheese is you know when you're getting low because you haven't eaten all day? And then you actually get that first bit of food and you're your body's yeah, brother, what is that? Sustenance? You're feeding me? That's what it feels like right now. Social norms and laws are lame. Why would you care about them? No. Oh. Well, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about this cheese right now. I've been trying if I've been doing OCD here and there sometimes since 2018, even though now enough to not need therapy. He told me that isn't part of my personality because my brain chemistry doesn't work how it should. Giving big importance to things not important at all, having anxiety for almost everything, but never received a named diagnosis until yesterday. Wait, so they diagnosed you with OCD or OCPD? Because they are different. Or both. Okay, where were we? Combined biological factors. Poor brain circuitry, possibly due to genetics and indicated by low serotonin, may lead to low stress reactions by sympathetic nervous system and HPA pathway, which result in chronic underarousal, poor impulse control, impaired judgment and aggression, and lack of empathy. Psychodynamic absence of parental love leads to lack of trust. Behavioral antisocial behavioral symptoms is learned through operant conditioning, modeling, and imitation. Cognitive difficulty recognizing others' viewpoints and feelings. For treatments, education, therapeutic communication, and medication, typically ineffective as they have little desire to change. 25% of individual diagnoses receive treatment, while 70% leave treatment prematurely. All right, next one. Chelsea's body getting food instead of coffee and getting sleep instead of stress must be so relieving. Oh, OCPD. Yeah, hopefully that will help you, Pablo. I know that could be like very difficult to deal with that and to live with that. You 17 hours a day, dude. I need 24 hours awake. But you're fine. That's good. I'm glad. What kind of... Can I ask what therapy you did? Like, did you do cognitive behavioral? Oh, this is what I was gonna say earlier. Okay. Borderline personality disorder and bipolar, okay, is so different. Also, bipolar disorder, we have to stop. That's the other one that gets thrown around. People will always say, oh, like, say someone's going through something and they're sad, and then they just get happy. Like, they see a friend and it makes them happy. That person does not have bipolar. It's super, super insensitive just to call someone and say they're bipolar because they're having a bad day and the next day they're not. That's not what bipolar is, all right? Bipolar is big dips into depression and high ups into mania. And mania is way different. And it's just very, very insensitive. I know it's a joke or something, but it's saying like, I'm having a panic attack, you're not having a panic attack, you're having an anxiety attack. But saying I have bipolar, like, it's just super insensitive to people who deal with this on a daily basis. And now you know bipolar. Yeah, exactly. You'll know it when you see it. And it is crazy. Like, it is big. Like, those manic episodes are big. And it's not just a thing, like, it's just super insensitive to throw it around. Like, oh, they're bipolar. You must be bipolar. That's one of the other things I wish people would stop doing. Or stop saying. Or understand what it is before they do it. Same with borderline. It is not easy for people who live with borderline personality disorder. This is one of the hardest personality disorders to have. And like, while they're all hard and everyone has their struggles, this one is affects you very much socially. And so like, you just want to be respectful, you know? I have a friend who's diagnosed with borderline and they do what you are describing with big manic episodes. Do you know if they have 1 or 2, Dagma? So bipolar 1 is the harder one to have. Most people are diagnosed with borderline, bipolar 2. Borderline is different than bipolar. I was confused because BP could be both. Bipolar 2, they have low depressions, and then they have mania episodes, but they don't fully go up. They kind of dip and then kind of go up. If you have bipolar 1, you're like up, down, like skyrocket up, skyrocket down. Bipolar 1 is a little more difficult. There is 1 and 2. They are a little different. Just in a way, like, people with bipolar 1 never have a full manic episode. They experience symptoms of mania, but they never have a full manic episode. Bipolar 1 has a full episodes of mania and full episodes of depression. But bipolar 2 never has a manic episode. They just have manic symptoms. Those are I say I have BPD is because I almost diagnosed with it. From what I do, seem to have the most traits, minus 1 big one. Alright, you can also, like, one thing about personality disorder, like personality, is that personality changes. So you could have a personality disorder and then grow out of it. Like, that is possible. They're sure they have full episodes of mania. Okay, that's bipolar 1. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check that real quick. Yes. Bipolar 1 is the full manic episode. So they have bipolar 1, not 2. They have to go to the hospital for a while? Okay, that's bipolar 1 then. Because those mania episodes are a lot. Manic episodes. Bipolar 2 just has manic symptoms. which are different just by a few things. Usually how long they last. So people with manic symptoms, when you have bipolar 2, they'll express it and it'll last like a day. Manic episodes could last weeks to months. And it's very unsettling for them. And for like, it's just really disruptive for their life. I feel like self-diagnosing oneself with these things, like not in a this sounds like me way, but I'm going to go through my life saying and acting I have this, is one of my biggest pet peeves. It's only because someone pretty closely self-diagnosed themselves with everything under the sun, became impossible to even talk with them meaningful. That's what's really scary about like TikTok culture and people going on, you might have ADHD if, you might have this if, no, please go get actually diagnosed by a professional. Because then, like you said, you're labeling yourself. You're going to start acting in ways to live up to that. And it could be scary. I have BPD. Railden, if anhedonia is the only thing you're feeling, I wouldn't say BPD. BPD is like hard. We're having brain rotting. We are brain rotting with education. Can't afford a professional, so TikTok it is. Every time I leave a voicemail message at work, I assume I'm getting laid off for sounding too stupid. Oh, I get those fears. That's just anxiety though. I low-key have self-diagnosed myself as a kid to understand why I was the way I was. My sister professionally diagnosed, so I didn't as bad about it. I was professionally diagnosed a couple years ago. It does suck to see people easily diagnosing themselves. It took me forever to accept something might be wrong. Yeah, that is really difficult. I feel like self-diagnosis is good to a point. It's good to be like, maybe there is something like off, or maybe I need to see someone. But to get that actual diagnosis, I think is good. But you can't start like telling people you have a disorder, you know? But, you know I have anxiety. Have I been diagnosed with anxiety disorder? No. Do I feel like I could possibly have OCPD? Possibly. Have I been diagnosed? No. I'm not gonna go around saying I do have it. A lot of people speculate that I have ADHD. I don't think I have ADHD. I think I share symptoms. I personally feel like if I could diagnose myself with anything, I don't even think I have anxiety disorder. I would say I probably have PDD, persistent depressive disorder. Like, but that's me just like, okay, what have I experienced in my life? What do I know? Could I like get diagnosed? But knowing that, people might go in and then get the diagnosis because they know the criteria. P. Diddy. They had a favorite person is an unrequired crush. Only my friend who gets her son diagnosed, and her son and I are so much alike, she diagnoses me too. Look, yeah, I would have gotten professionally diagnosed back then if I could, but now I've gotten diagnosed and just have to like, dang, I was right. It is helpful though. It's just when you like weaponize it or say you have it. Like you don't have it. You might, but I would speak to someone who studies it. You know. So a lot of the times, some of the symptoms are symptoms for other things, you know? No, what do you mean people are a bit divided on it? No, I'm not legally, like, I can't diagnose myself. Like, yeah, like, you can't. Knowing what I know, okay, so, like, I'll give this example of, maybe I know a little more. So my friend was telling me about another friend who was having some issues. And they were telling me their issues with them, right? And then so I told them for funsies, I was like, look, for funsies, I can't actually say this. I'm not gonna say this is what they had. But if I had to guess if they went to therapy and they talked, I would guess that they would be diagnosed with OCPD, right? So they call me back a month later and they're like, oh my God, they were just diagnosed with OCPD. You're right. So it's like stuff like that. Like I can probably make assumptions if you tell me stuff, like because that's what I'm trained, you know, what I've learned to do. And so that's how I know, like, okay, maybe I can make stuff for myself, but I can't actually diagnose myself. I have to see a specialist, and I'm also not qualified to do that. Like I can make assumptions based off like, okay, I know this and this and this, but it's not all I know, you know? I'm autistic and I figured I did have it while growing up. My parents just didn't tell me. I hadn't until I asked. I know another member of my immediate family has ADHD though, but I never diagnosed. So I don't think I do, but I do think about it sometimes. You think you have ADHD along with it? Obsessive compulsion personality disorder is kind of just liking things to be a certain way. But the reason why I don't think I have it is because like it doesn't impair me significantly. It doesn't impair anyone else. It's just like little things that like, aggravate me because I want things to go like I like them when they're done certainly, like a certain way. You also have supernatural tier ability to understand people, so I'm not surprised you can figure that out. No, I'm saying anhedonia wasn't an adequate label, so I have the opposite, not a lack of pleasure, but an abundance of pain. I see, Railden. Also, look at my sister, understood what's going on through, made sure I didn't feel crazy for the suspicion that I might need help. Okay. Hi, Richard, welcome in. It's unique entry, Rilo Kylie's discovery. Nothing else in the band ever hit me quite the same way. It's not just some crowd pleaser. Most broken part thrown back in the face. Everything in your life that makes you feel small and stupid and adequate. It's a celebration of the effort that's sometimes required just to walk out the front door. So remember that even when you feel odds hopelessly again, there's dignity to be found in going down swinging. That's cute. Thank you for sharing, Limacy. I cannot breathe out of my nose anymore. Okay, guys, we have like 6 more to go through. Borderline personality disorder refers to borderline straddling the border between neurosis and psychosis. So, out of all the personality disorders, this is the only personality disorder to have any psychotic symptoms. Any psychotic. None of the other personalities have psychotic symptoms. So this is characterized by instability, identity in relationships, fear of being alone and abandoned by important people in their life, mood shifts, prone to bouts of anger, needy, explosivity, demanding, unstable self-image, issues with self-esteem, impulsivity, can be unpredictable and illogical, self-destructive behaviors, self-injury, and SA. Under stress, they can exhibit psychotic symptoms from decompensating, delusions, hallucinations, disorientations, and disassociations. Prevalence and statistics found in 5.9% of US adults, 75% are women, relatives are 5 times as more likely to develop BPD, and about 10% commit suicide, rates 50 times more that of general population. Clinical prevalence is high, 10% of outpatient and 20% of psychiatric inpatients are diagnosed with BPD. Oh yeah, I hope you feel better. Please take care. So I can illustrate you about life at OCPD for science. If you ever want to come on and talk about it, Pablo, that would be interesting. Sometimes I have it, or I might have symptoms. I do have a hard time focusing sometimes. I usually can't sit still. Sean, that's really hard to say because if you do have an autism diagnosis, sometimes that could just be a side effect of that. So it would be interesting to see if you actually like saw someone, if they would say that, or if they would diagnose. I feel like they'd want to be careful. But a lot of the time, symptoms are crossover. Like, sometimes certain things share the same symptoms. You know what I mean? So, it really depends the severity of it. This bad boy, tough to fight. Oh, I hope you feel better. Okay, 9 symptoms of BPD. So, fear of abandonment. This is terrified of being abandoned, left alone, can be triggered by something small, someone leaving for work, frantic efforts to keep other person close, begging, cleaning, tracking, blocking the person from leaving, and they often push others away. They have unstable relationships, intense and short-lived relationships, fall in love quickly, feeling like the other person will make you feel whole quickly, and it fizzles out, results in emotional whiplash, and there's no middle ground, only extremes, idealization to devaluation, anger, and hate. Unclear or shifting self-image, unstable sense of self, May feel good about self to feeling self is evil. Frequent change in job, friend, lover, values, goals, identity as a whole. They have impulsive self-destructive behaviors, harmful sensation-seeking behaviors, especially when upset, impulsive spending, reckless driving, shoplifting, risky sex, excessive drinking, drugs, not aware of long-term consequences due to impulsivity. What's the disorder the main guy from Hannibal has? He has like hyper empathy or something. He can imagine himself in the mind of others, human beings, and feel what they feel. That is called TV show. Probably TV show. In the last year or so, I thought I had ADHD. There's always persistent symptoms. But I know I can't really rely on those symptoms alone to self-diagnose. I would need to actually someone to diagnose me. Yeah, finite. That'd probably be best. Because you don't know how much of that is inflated, you know, from ideas you have of what ADHD is. A few minutes ago, I was punching my right arm with my left and to punish my left brain hemisphere. I would say it's common, but it's happened before. Interesting. Would you say that's like a compulsive thought you get reeled in? Self-harm. Suicidal behavior, intentional self-harm is common. Suicidal behavior, thinking about suicide, making suicidal gestures, attempts, carrying out the act, and self-harm, all other attempts to hurt yourself without suicidal attempt. Extreme emotional swings oh my god, feel happy one moment and despondent the next. So this is why people often confuse this with bipolar, because they'll be happy and then next moment like they're not. That's not bipolar. Bipolar is bouts of depression, bouts of mania, bouts of depression, bouts of mania. That's real. Hannibal's a true crime documentary. Takes a lot of being punished by said left hemisphere in advance. I think I'm a little confused, real then. What makes you think doing that will help your brain? Like what part of it? Sounds a little more like compulsive, obsessive compulsive behavior. Because people with PDs also, yeah. And no. Like they sound the same. Chronic feeling of emptiness. Talk about feelings empty like there's a void inside. Try to fill void with sensation-seeking behavior. So borderline is a personality disorder. It's just a rigid way of like thinking and behaving, right? So people with bipolar disorder, they will have episodes of depression. So say I'll go into an episode of depression. I'm there for a week to a month and I'm just depressed. And like low mood, anhedonia, you know, very unhappy with life. Next day I wake up, I'm on top of the world, baby. Like I am Superman. Like I could do anything. I could do surgery if I wanted to right now. I'm gonna go spend $100,000. Like I'm gonna get a new car. Like I am the man. I'm the it man. Like bouts of mania. Like, and you're there for like months. Like you could be there a week to a month. That's an episode, right? So this is bipolar 1. I thought you said your friend has bipolar, Dagma. So people with bipolar, they're not going to experience fear of abandonment all the time, unstable relationships. Like sometimes people with bipolar are on like level, they're normal. They're not always, but like oh just bout. And then they're normal, like they're normal moods. These people have unstable relationships. They have unclear shifting self-image. People with bipolar or, you know, bipolar don't have the shifting of image. They don't feel out of touch with reality unless they're in that manic episode, which you would know. I can't believe joking about because thankfully I consider my condition. It's not really bad. It's like me and my life. I never understand risk at any time. It's mostly generalized anxiety that makes life really hard. We're once being blocked about how many slices of ham putting on a sandwich. Insomnia and things like that again can make small things in life insufferable. But I realize that is nothing compared to depression of others, a physical illness like cancer. They are both borderline. They do have manic episodes where I don't even know about them for a while. Wait, Danny, what's going on? They do feel they can do anything on episodes. They feel very productive with work and then they crash for months. So they're diagnosed with both? Are they diagnosed with bipolar or they're diagnosed with borderline personality disorder? Because the way you're describing it sounds like bipolar, not borderline. But I'm not sure. Just borderline? That's interesting. Would you say, like, when I'm describing borderline, like, I'm describing this, it makes sense? Like them, like, explosive anger, intense anger, short temper, trouble controlling it, consumed by rage, inward, anger outward, paranoia, suspicious thoughts, losing touch with reality, disassociation. Yeah, Pablo, but then I hear from people who actually have OCPD, and then that's when I'm like, I don't probably have it. Like, I don't really care. I think I just get, like, in my head about it. It's that thing of, like, oh, I'm self-diagnosing, I'm trying to find stuff. Not joking about my condition? No, you're good, you're good. Okay, next one. Okay, so clinical samples. Ethnic differences. More common among Latin Americans and Euro-Americans, African Americans. It's tentative research show. Comorbidity, anxiety disorders, mood disorders, especially depression, eating disorders, substance use disorders, and other impulse control disorders. They have SIBs, cutting on other forms of self-injurious behaviors. But that's legit. They have both described borderline. Interesting, Real Dead. Have you ever tried going to therapy or talking to, like, a psychiatrist about it? Because I haven't heard of anything like that before. No, you're good, Pablo. Essay and suicide. 70% of BPD patients attempt suicide at least once, and 6 to 10% commit it. Okay, here's the theoretical explanations for this. Biological, genetic predisposition, sleep and mood disturbances, low serotonin, abnormal brain circuit activity, prefrontal cortex and hippocampus are underactive, amygdala hyperactive, other frontal lobe structures. Fear of abandonment, object relation theory, lack of early acceptance or abuse, neglect from parents. Some research support this with, including link to early childhood sexual abuse. Kernberg's psychodynamic theory, deficient ego development. People with BPD see people and events as entirely good or bad, ego splitting. See this black and white thinking in children, inadequate care and unmet emotional needs in infancy and early childhood are hypothesized as basis for low self-esteem and inability to cope with separation, difficulties in emotion, regulation, impulse control, and increased dependence. Yeah, Pablo, your English is fine. Van der Kolk's post-traumatic theory. BPD results in childhood trauma, neglect, loss, factors such as duration, type, severity of trauma, development at the time of trauma, and external factors like social support determine what psychological disorder may arise. Individuals with BPD often have backgrounds of trauma, abuse, or early loss. Psychological development impacted as results, trauma severity, or continuum. Social, cultural. Impact from rapidly changed culture and integrative explanations. Biosocial, internal and external forces are at play. Children are difficulty controlling emotions and parents teach them to ignore feelings. Developmental psychopathology. Childhood trauma and dysfunctional parental attachments result in issues in healthy relationships. Positive factors can counter. Sometimes when you're really fudging on and friends sing along and they love you, but the lows are so extreme that goods feel fudging cheap and teases for weeks. It's aptness, so definitely bipolar disorder. Yeah, definitely seem like about bipolar. I hope your work is going good, Chris. Okay. So treatments for bipolar. Sorry, oh my god. Borderline. Psychodynamic, they'll do relational psychoanalytical therapy, dialectical behavioral, choices, treatment for BPD as in combination of CBT and object relation theories, as well as social support. Explores childhood primarily relationships and emotional experiences, along with recognitions of current similar relationship emotional challenges. CBT aspects focus on altering maladaptive perceptions and irrational cognition, increasing impulsive control, coping and self-soothing, problem-solving, and other social skills. Gradual exposure, systematic desensitization, mindfulness, structure, and limit setting. You have core mindfulness, distress tolerance, interpersonal effectiveness, and emotional regulation. We won't go into those. I feel like it's a lot. Okay, cluster B, histrionic. So this is our third personality disorder in this cluster. It's characterized by extremely emotional and seek to be center of attention. Attention-seeking behaviors, approval and praise are needed. Vain, self-centered, demanding. Some make suicide attempts to manipulate others. Yeah, those are children. Has anyone ever listened to 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulanic? Talk therapy, SSRIs, atypical, like, lithium. But what were they giving you those for? Railden? Lithium? Psilocybin therapy? Just for depression? Surprised they give you, lithium. Children, yeah, it's children. Has anyone else ever listened to 6 Degrees? I have not. This is found in 1.8% US adults. Was thought to be found more frequently in women, but that may have been due to gender bias in diagnosis and occurs equally across genders. Theoretical perspective, psychodynamic, unhealthy relationships with cold, controlling parents in childhood, feeling unloved and fear of abandonment, deep-seated fear of loss. Individuals learn to create dramatic crises that force others to act protectively. A famous case of this is, I think this is what they were trying to say. Who's that girl that was married to Johnny Depp? Amber Heard. They believe that Amber Heard had histrionic personality disorder. Cognitive behavioral, lack of substance, and extreme suggestibility tied to self-focus and emotional behavior, search for others to meet needs, feelingness or helplessness. Sociocultural, multicultural, influenced by cultural norms and expectations, diagnosed more in Hispanic American, Latin American, and more often Asian culture. Exaggeration of femininity as it was once defined. And treatment, cognitive theorists focus on lack of substance and extreme suggestibility. Sociocultural, multicultural theories disorder, apparently caused by social norms and expectations. That sounds fun. I haven't heard of that. Okay, narcissism. Narcissistic PD. Grandiose and need admiration, feels no empathy towards others, exaggeration of achievements and talents, display of arrogance, suicide attempts and manipulates others, to manipulate others, and selective about friends, favorable first impressions. Isn't it kind of easy, in general, to develop something close to this for artists? Close to what? Close to narcissistic or histrionic? We touched on depression, schizophrenia, PPD, and autism, so on. Whoa, that's interesting. Yeah, lithium is very, very rarely described. Histrionic. No. I mean, it could be easy to assume an artist has this. But no. Not all artists are doing attention-seeking behaviors. We all want approval and praise, but, like, they need it. Like, you might see it more. Like, it might be more stereotypical that someone with this personality disorder would have it. That they would be in that field. But I would say it's more of a stereotype for them to work in that field. Because it gives them that attention. You taken ibuprofen in the past? The antidepressant? Ooh, yeah, Rilden. Well, hopefully as like more stuff comes out too, you know. Hopefully with talk therapy and that, you'll find something that is middle ground and helps. They are similar. So the main difference between histrionic and narcissistic is the no empathy, and display of arrogance and exaggeration of achievement. These people are like vain, but they still have empathy for others. They just want like to be the center of attention. They do attention-seeking behaviors. Like, so like women, you'll see this a little bit more, like maybe they're like showing more of their body, things like that. But if you're narcissistic, you don't feel empathy for others. Like, you are also having a grandiose personality. People with histrionic don't necessarily like believe they are the best. They just want to be the center of attention. It's this grandiose need for admiration and no empathy towards others. I would say that really sets it apart. We all have very small parts of these behaviors, and psychs aren't super great at diagnosing trace behaviors versus major ones. Hello, Keto. Exactly. Everyone has traces of these small, but that's what we're saying. Like, it doesn't get diagnosed unless it's significant impairment to yourself or others. That is when it becomes a problem. Again, we all might feel like we don't have empathy towards someone sometimes. We all might want to exaggerate our achievements. That doesn't mean you are a narcissist. That's why, again, we're talking about this word gets thrown around so much. Some might have traits. It doesn't mean they have it. Again, common among normal teens and usually doesn't lead to adult narcissism. Found in 3 to 6.2% of US adults, and 75% are males. So psychodynamic, do you guys even care about the perspectives? I read an article that said 97% of men think they're Batman. Oh my god. We're all Batman inside, aren't we all? But this is just what they focus on, cognitive behavioral. A lot of them are just like ways for treatment. They're psychodynamic, cognitive, social. All this stuff. Okay. Cluster C. That's the last of this one. Cluster C, which one? Anxious personality disorder. So cluster C are the anxious cluster. This includes avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, and obsessive compulsive personality disorder. I am Spider-Man. That's true. I'm the Joker. We live in a society. I'm pretty sure I'm Batman. It's found very good anti-anxiety agent, far less harmful than benzos. Well, yeah, because they probably don't want you to become addicted. So I'd be surprised if they put you on anxiety. They may have to, I guess. But all of those deal with serotonin. No, I guess one is serotonin and one is norepinephrine. Wait, so they're not putting you, they put you on SSRIs. Are they putting you on anti-SN? SNRIs? Or no? Have they tried it? Is that the serotonin part you're talking about? I'm just more generic side villain. They make a main villain seem cooler and more complex. You cannot be the Joker because, wait, you were the star clown. Wait, maybe I am the Joker. Okay. Common features are typically characterized by anxious and fearful behaviors. Limited research to support for explanation of these disorders. Treatments are modestly to moderately helpful and better outcomes compared to other personality disorders. It all failed to vilify everything. It's a clown world. Okay, so cluster C, avoidant. So avoidant personality is characterized by extreme social discomfort, feelings of inadequacy, and sensitivity to negative evaluation. These are people pleasers, concerned over others' opinion of them, can't say no, will do anything, and is easily taken advantage of. Behavioral characteristics are social inhibition, that individuals feel overwhelmingly uncomfortable in social situations. Fear of rejection, extreme fear of rejection leads to avoidance of both rejection and acceptance of opportunities, and worried anxiety will cause them to embarrass or humiliate themselves. Their self-perception, they view themselves as unappealing or inferior, can impact one's life by avoiding new experiences, by exaggerating difficulties, avoiding risks and new activities. In relationships, they have few or no close friends, despite yearning for intimate relationships. They often feel depressed and lonely. I once planned a birthday party as a child, asking people to dress in costume. I was Batman. No other child came dressed in a costume, and there's only child in disguise. It was my best and worst birthday party at the same time. Oh my god. Closely related to social anxiety disorder, they have high comorbidity. Both disorders share fear of humiliation and low confidence. The difference is APD suffers fear of close relationships, while social anxiety disorder suffers fear of social circumstances. Social APD fear of close social relationships due to feeling of inferiority, fear of rejection, and condemnation. I can't speak. I can't read. Condemnations by others. That's not how you pronounce it. Okay, whatever. I can't. Condemnation. Yeah, I can't speak. Psychodynamic perspective. Examines shame and insecurity originating from childhood experiences, suggesting that unresolved childhood conflicts and emotions wounds lead to symptoms of APD. Cognitive behavioral perspective stems from harsh criticism early childhood, leading to expectation, rejection, and failure to develop effective social skills due to persistent negative feedback. At least 2% of adults have APD, occurs equally in men and women. Shyness in children and teens commonly and typically normal part of development. Okay, cool. We're in a condemnation. Stay safe out there. Okay. Cluster C. Oh, so this is treatment. I don't know if you guys want to hear treatment for this. It's go to therapy. It's always, the treatment's just always go to therapy. What therapy? I'm getting tired. Dependent PD. Characterized by pervasive and excessive need to be cared for, leading to submissive, clingy, and overly obedient behavior. Symptoms include clinginess, fear of separation, difficulty making decisions independently. Difficulty with separation is a prominent feature. Leads to feelings of distress, loneliness, sadness, and self-dislike. Prevalence affects fewer than 1% of the population. Gender equal incidence among males and females. Central features is difficulty with separation, affecting personal and social functioning. What's a therapy? My mother had a stroke, antidepressants, so my reaction might be hereditary. Oh, then yeah, there could be something wrong there. Therapy's too expensive just to tell us to solve everything on our own. Medication's expensive enough for sure. Yeah. It's so difficult. Okay. Perspectives. Guys, look, I'm gonna tell you their perspective right now. If you ever want to know the perspectives, if it's psychodynamic, it's gonna be something in your childhood. All right? If it's gonna be cognitive behavioral, it's gonna be how you can work on changing your thoughts and behaviors. Done. I explained it. Okay. Dependent treatment. Go to therapy, but work on past feelings. Go to therapy, but work on feelings, thoughts and behaviors. Go to therapy, but with others. Go to therapy, but take medication. Go to therapy, but it's about your family and your relationships. Go to therapy, but you make goals. Challenges. Patients might place all responsibility on the clinician, which can impede progress. Outcomes. Treatment can be modestly to moderately effective. Outcomes improve with comprehensive approaches. So there's a lot of challenges to these. It's always the childhood. The thing she does not to mention Freud. I know. Okay. Cluster C. Obsessive compulsive PD. Obsessive compulsive PD is characterized by an intense preoccupation with orderliness, perfectionism, and control, leading to a loss of flexibility, openness, and efficiency. Is their way or the highway? Can come across as demanding, critical, cold, unaffectionate, but sees themselves as reasonable and others as lazy or lacking in personal standards. Features: high standards for self and others, fear of making mistakes, rigidity, and stubbornness. Leads to difficulty in expressing affection, leading to stiff and superficial relationships. Prevalence affects up to 7.9% of adult population, and men are twice as likely as women to exhibit this disorder. Probably like, it's me, it's my time. Okay, I put a meme in here. We're gonna learn about personality disorders, also Chelsea, but you can't diagnose yourself. And if you do think of any of these, just go to therapy. Well, because I can't tell you. I'm gonna lose my non-imaginary, I don't know, I'm gonna lose my degree. If I were not to tell you to go to therapy or see a professional, I'm literally gonna lose my degree. I think you sign a waiver. You don't sign a waiver, but you do. You sign a waiver saying you have to tell people to go see a professional, because I can't help you. If you're actually curious and money is a thing, many states have income-based care. That's true, they do have income-based care. I have a friend pay literally $5 for care. That's cool, Keto. Do you happen to have those resources? I'd love to share them. The slide does have you written all over it. Whatever. Okay, theoretical perspectives. Freudian, overly harsh toilet training during anal stage can lead to being anal retentive and fixated, potentially resulting in rage and obsessive compulsive traits in adulthood. Cognitive behavioral, focus on illogical thinking and processes like dichotomous black and white thinking, which contributes to rigidity and perfectionism. Limitations. Current research on these theories is limited. The anal stage. Have you heard of the anal and oral stages of Freudian psychology? Yeah. Super cool. Basically, it thinks that you get stuck in these stages, and that's what I think we talked about oral stage in this one. I just didn't go over it. Freudian suggests that issues resolve from conflicts during the oral stage. Impacts of early parental loss or rejection of normal attachment process. Yeah. I had a really smart question, not a sarcastic joke. As you go through these, it feels like you can have a life event that makes you fall into any of these clusters for temporary times. Is the real standard of these consistency in the cluster lingering? Grace, so since these are personality is seen to be changing throughout your life and things that happen to you. So I do think you can fall in and out of these. Again, when it becomes a disorder is when it starts to become a significant impairment to you or to others. So you could go, say you're having OCPD, or I think an easier one to say would be any of these are good. Say you have dependent personality disorder, right? You're really needy, you need these people, you are diminishing yourself to what others need, right? Say 10 years go by, you have a lot of experiences, you like get help, whether that's through yourself or through a professional, and you no longer are submissive, clingy, or having that thing. You're not going to have that disorder anymore. I don't think these are things like, I think when you get something like ADHD or depression, anxiety, when you get those diagnoses, those aren't necessarily something you get rid of. It's something you learn tools to deal with. Depression, I believe they do think like you can like go out of it, but more likely than not, it's going to be something that you have episodes of that you learn to deal with. Most of the times when you get these, you learn how to deal with them. You learn tools. Like I would say, like, I don't know if I'm less anxious than what I was. I think I just learned the tools of how to deal with my anxiety when it comes up, which makes it easier. Also, I can't be one to say don't self-diagnose. I've never been diagnosed with like anything anxiety. I just know I deal with anxiety. And I've kind of learned how to do cognitive behavior on my own. I did go to therapy for a bit. I went through that thing of like I really couldn't afford it. But I have learned how to do a lot of like cognitive behavioral thought processes and stuff on my own, which have really helped me, which is why I believe in cognitive behavioral therapy. But great, no, these are personality disorders. And again, personality is changing. Let me go back up. I think this like says the best. Personality traits are particular, predictable, and flexible characteristics. Personality disorders are an enduring, rigid pattern of inner experience and outward behavior that leads to significant problems and psychological pain for self and others. A personality is uniquely expressed characteristics that influence behaviors, emotions, thoughts, and interactions. So, at any point, you can, like, change this by working through it. You're not really gonna see that in like other mood disorders. Like bipolar is very much a brain-based thing, but a lot of these you can learn to deal with, or you could eventually get past that, or say like you used to deal with it, or you don't really deal with it, or you learn how to manage it. Okay, so difference between OCD and OCPD. OCD is a long-lasting disorder in which a person has uncontrollable, reoccurring thoughts, obsessions, and behaviors, which are your compulsions, that one feels the urge to repeat over and over. Whereas OCPD is a personality disorder characterized by chronic preoccupation with rules, orderliness, and control. So very different things. Like kind of similar. You have like obsessive compulsive, but they're in different ways. They express them in different ways. Okay, and this is why I put the meme. I put this meme here, not sure if I have OCPD or if coworkers are just incompetent. So I put this here because, again, like we were talking, It's so easy to read this and be like, oh, I like control. I like having control over this. I like to be orderly. And be like, I have OCPD. No. Like, or like the thing with the fry, he's like, oh, do I just think I'm right? And the way I do things is best? Or are my coworkers just incompetent? You know what I mean? So it's easy to fall into that of, I have this, but you probably most likely don't. Again, this one, I don't know, affects 7%, but like some of the ones that affect 1% of the US population. It's most likely you just have traits. Capitalism is one of the biggest symptoms of all mental disorders. They're incompetent people, but we're made to fit in a society 40 hours a work week. Yeah, like exactly. But that doesn't mean like, because you think your coworkers are incompetent, doesn't mean you have OCPD. Idea, can we make a stream where you diagnose cartoon characters? That would be fun. Yeah, people do make content doing that, but I haven't done that. Here are some stuff. There's a lot of limitations to treatments in OCPD. But yeah, you like work on changing all or nothing thinking, perfectionism, intolerance of uncertainty. SSRIs might be effective, especially OCPD's comorbid with anxiety and depression. DSM-5 criteria. Personality disorder. Oh yeah, so these are multicultural factors. So we'll go through these real quick. A personality disorder must deviate markedly from the expectations of individuals' culture. It emphasizes the need to consider cultural norms and values in diagnosis. A notable scarcity of research exploring cultural influences on personality disorders. Specific concern for borderline personality disorder characterized by extreme mood fluctuations, intense anger and self-interest behavior, and fear of abandonment and identity confusion. Clinical theorists suspect that cultural differences in the prevalence and expression of borderline, but lack substantial evidence. Importance of understanding cultural context to avoid misdiagnosis or cultural bias. I think SpongeBob has ADHD, I'm pretty sure. We played a game like that. It was famous characters and what they had. Like, I think Willy Wonka, Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka is like schizotypical. Patrick. What'd Patrick have? Quick diagnosis on Fallout character with something? That's so difficult. What? I don't know. Every character doesn't have a disorder though. Radiation sickness. Patrick's a starfish. Maybe Patrick has paranoid. Because I just think of that one episode where he's like, there's people in my rock or whatever. I don't know, but I think there was actually people in his rock. Okay. A lot of like, they say like a lot of the Winnie the Pooh characters are based off of psychological disorders. All right, guys. I am getting fried. My brain is fried. I'm getting very hungry. So I think we'll watch one Brainrot video and then call it. Every character doesn't. Are you meaning to say that I've been watching cartoons with same characters? Well, cartoon characters. Like, Eeyore's depression. Tigger was ADHD. Pooh has like an eating disorder. He was cleaning up his place because his parents were coming over. I'm getting a little concerned now when you're talking about separation from parents and fear rejection. As one who's adopted, adoption is a fact, is a rejection very early in life. And I also know there's something called trigger my adoptive parents in their 80s. So I'm going to lose them at some point, and I don't know how I'll react. Actually, something I've been wondering about for years. It hits me a little. I mean, yeah, Rabbit... Yeah, Rabbit's OCD or OCPD. I don't remember too much about him. I know. There's a whole psychology thing. I'm gonna call your insurance and have them pay me. Let me see. I don't know too much about adoption studies. I do think it's a bit of your perspective on it. I do think it's normal and rational to be afraid of losing your parents or of losing, you know, the people who adopted you. I think that's normal. And to be sad over that is normal. I wouldn't say like that's a thing. And also you're older, so I feel like you'd be able to deal with it. When they talk about things that happen in childhood, and like fear of abandonment and stuff, this is usually has to do with attachment styles children get due to the way that they were raised. Like, so when you're a baby, depending on when you're crying and not, the amount of times the parents come and nurture you and the way they nurture you really affects your attachment as you grow older. So even if they're your adopted parents, and I think there's some studies with attachment styles, I think it was with some, was it monkeys or bears? Or it was something with a doll. They would put the fake doll on their chest. And then they would not, I forget what it was. They wouldn't like give certain like animals like love when they're crying, and like they did see a certain detachment. So you see that in humans as well. They basically found that in humans and in certain animal species, that the way you're raised, and like, so if you're not given the like support you're needed when you're younger, it relates to how your brain correlates and how you react to things. So some of us who may have not been held, when we have a problem, we tend to detach. And so there's different attachment styles for like, you can see this. There's videos of a psychological experiment they did where the parent is playing with the child. Parent leaves the room. Child starts crying. When the mother comes back, child's instantly soothed. So that's a secure attachment style. One is like, the child is like a little anxious with the parent. Parent leaves, they start crying, they come back. Child still keeps crying. That is more of your avoidant attachment styles. They're detached, they're avoidant of that. Like, they're not going to feel soothed. And then there's like anxiety. There's a couple different ones. I can't wait to see how my nephew turns out the way his parents did him. I'm glad you guys were receptive to this. There's a part of some of these conditions are genetical. Yes, there's genetic, and that's what we went over. We went over all of those, right? You have the biological, you have the psychodynamic, you have the cognitive behavioral. Every subsection is going to have like limitations to their research. That's why we have so many. And that's why it's hard to say like, oh, this comes from this one thing. We do know some, but usually it's a bit of both. So like depression, anxiety works best if you can have talk therapy and if you can have medication sometimes. Anxiety, sometimes you don't even need medication. Most of the time it is just talk therapy. Bipolar disorder cannot be treated unless it is with medication because it's an imbalance of the brain. Half the time, like, therapy will help, but talk therapy is not really going to do much for someone with bipolar because they need medication. They need something to balance their brain out. So usually for those people, they'll give them like a antidepressant and an antipsychotic so it brings their moods back. It depends. It depends what you're dealing with. It depends. Everything is so different. Latest Tech by Ride and saw Brainrot. Hi Brady, how you doing? Talk therapy is what I use to help some of my clients. Therapy is great as long as you can afford it. My insurance didn't cover it. That's very unfortunate. There's a lot we don't know about the brain. There's a lot we're still learning. There's a lot of connectivities we're learning. Does medication work for anyone that doesn't have chemical imbalance? That's really hard to say. I wouldn't know that too much. I don't think I did too much of that research, but I would say no. Because if it's not chemical imbalance, it's thoughts and behaviors, which is why I personally like cognitive behavioral therapy, because a lot of the times it is perspective and our thoughts. And sometimes that really isn't in balance. It might help. You never know. But it's something, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I want to say yes and I want to say no. Bye, Fire Ninja. Please take care. Have a good night. I hope you guys feel brain rotted. I hope you all feel so incredibly brain rotted. Okay. Now for some actual brain rot.
Sticking out your yacht for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio.
So good.
Sticking out your yacht for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio.
Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was the type of stuff we were supposed to be watching. It's kind of neuropsychology sides. Talk more about chemical imbalance and neuron react to different things. Yeah, it's a very different subject. No, it's so good. This increased my OCPD over 9,000. Stop, it's so good. Stop it. You gotta learn to be flexible. That's what we're talking about. So be flexible and watch the video 9,000 times, Pablo. We got intellectual instead. What did I just come back to? The greatest video. You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Tax. Now I need therapy after that? No, I'm not. It said in your PowerPoint. It said in the PowerPoint it's inflexible. That's what you learn is be flexible. That's what the PowerPoint said. I just want to be your Sigma. You're so Phantom Tax. It's so good. You guys don't understand. Hi, Kogando. You guys' opinion is wrong. We'll see who's on. How's your Phantom Tax make any sense? It does. It does. The girls who get it. Alright. The girls who get it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Alright, y'all. I am so starved. I'm gonna go get some food. She's doing a tournament against Blue? Whoa, okay, we can go right to Adora Bree. She's amazing. I love Bree. We're gonna go get some food. We're gonna go rest our brain. Brain tired. Thanks for joining. I'm so sorry we didn't rot today, but we did. Hopefully have a fun conversation. I hope you learned something. Hope you took something away. If not, I'm sorry. I'll be contacting all your guys' insurance for payment now. I do adore Bree. Thanks for the stream. I learned a lot. Yeah, no, I understand. We gotta work. You gotta do your job. Do your jibbity job. I don't know what that's like anymore. I did learn a lot. Okay, I'm glad. I hope you guys have a good one. Please take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I will be back on Monday. Next stream will be Monday. So enjoy your weekend. Please take care. I was here half the time, so you aren't getting paid. Why not? You already give me free therapy. No takebacks. Kept the company right until my gummy kicked in. I'm an uninsured American. Thanks for the stream. Is it possible I can send those slides on Discord? Yeah, I can send it to you, Sonic. I can send you the textbook where I got all the information from too, if that's helpful. Frankie, thank you for the 100 bits. Please take care. Oh, it's National French Fry Day. Let's go. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Your guys' support helps keep me going so I can keep doing these streams. So I really do appreciate it a lot. Thank you guys for your time and being here. I hope you guys have a fantastic day. Please say hello to Adorabry. She's adorable and lovely. Whenever my friends ask me if I've been to therapy, I'm gonna say yes. Free fries? What? I have free healthcare. I'm Spanish. You can't force me to pay. Damn it. This American healthcare system, buddy. You owe me $100 for that session. That was like a 2-hour session. All right. That was like a 2-hour session. When they ask me who my therapist, I will say, who is Chelsea indeed? You're welcome. I hope it helped. I don't know. Alright, have a good weekend, everyone. Please take care. Y'all lovely and amazing. Stay safe out there. Drink your water. Wear your sunscreen. Have a wonderful weekend, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye, guys. Bree.